Carlos. Hey, it's the hardcore legend, Mick Foley. I know I don't know you, but can I ask you a favor? Can you do something about this guy? Get him away from me. What a pain in the... Yeah, you know what I'm saying. Just do something. Thanks.
And Foley.
It's still, I promised, for those of you who watch the podcast, I said I would handle it, and then on Friday I would double handle it. It's Friday. Josh is right. It's Friday, and you know what that means because I'm Carlos's live? It also means I'm going to double handle Eric. Eric has a lot to answer for, and tonight we make no allusions to 5% more maturity. None. The gloves were already off on Tuesday. The gloves are double off on Friday.
It's exposed.
I've been stretching all week for this. And then tomorrow we got the wrestling on. It's going to get crazy. It's going to get crazy. You want nuts? We're going to get nuts.
Watch out.
Good evening, Paul. Even Jensen Booby. Win that Eddie Shore there. Mr. Loves Mountain Dew hot dogs. That's right. Those are words. A series of them.
They are in an order.
And they are in the form of a question. There's a question mark right there.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Billy Joe. Good evening, Carlos and gang. Thank you, Billy Joe. Thank you. So yes, we did have the hardcore legend Mick Foley make a personal request that we must deal with Eric. So obviously we will have to handle this problem. Eric making friends and influencing people, or maybe the opposite of that.
Well, we have to abide by his wishes.
Well,
it seems only fair.
Mick and I are now besties, and
that seemed the opposite of what he was suggesting.
And I'm sure that what he was saying, it must have been in jest. Now, I still don't understand how you got that video, but that I'm looking into because I don't understand how that came about.
If it's much like your 540 Flips investigation, we're not holding out much hope.
I am going to find him.
Oh, yeah, you've been working on that for some time.
He will pay.
Speaking of paying, everybody hits the like button. Eric pays. Paul here says, did you win that Eddie Shore there, Booby? Or did you forget about it? Apparently there's an Eddie Shore. Did you win it?
Or
do you suck?
I suck. I haven't won any Eddie Shores. I haven't won any Eddie Shores. But the mail just came, and I do have yet another Reggie Lumley card.
Another.
And another one, literally.
Is that like an acetate?
Yes. I can see through it, and I can see your face.
We'll stop at ass and leave it there.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. It's reflective of the play of the player. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, nice.
I think what's going to be interesting, that's part of what made the whole theme going with the Mick Foley thing at the beginning off the top also special. There is a pay-per-view on the Saturday, so that's going to be fun for me. And then, a reminder, we'll talk about it more next week. Next week, we do have the card show that I will be attending with the Burrell. So we'll get a chance to talk about more of that. So final preparations are in effect. Bobby's working on some things on that end. And then on my end, I've got some stuff still to sort. Most of it I got figured out, but I've still got a couple more things. So I'm looking forward to that. We'll have some fun with it. I think it'll be a good time. But I think what's going to be interesting next is going to be basically we're sitting right around mid-September. I know for myself, I'm going to start putting back a little bit of money as I start getting ready for November because it's going to be around the corner. Basically, you blink, we'll be in October. And as soon as we hit into October, hockey season starts up and then things start ramping up real quick right after that. And football season started. So the first game of the NFL season, we'll talk about that a little bit tonight. First game of the NFL season started last night. The script writers did a tremendous job getting it right to the last play. Literally missed it by a toe. Literally.
Easy.
Yeah, not rigged at all. Not rigged in the least. And then tonight, we got the Packers playing in Brazil.
Really?
They're playing Brazil, yes.
Now, I heard.
You heard.
And someone was telling me this today at work, and they were being serious, that the Eagles are not allowed to wear green in their uniform in Brazil because
that's their national color, yeah.
Of some type of gang situation.
Oh.
Down there. So they're for the first time in history, they're not wearing green in their uniforms because there'll be an all-out gang war if they wear green in the game tonight. Now, I'm just like, really? Where do I go to fact check this one? But he seemed pretty sure of himself in telling me this story. He probably read it on the interwebs.
Yeah, that's the place for sure. Yeah,
and of course, my response was, "Doesn't Green Bay have green in their uniforms?"
Yeah, but it's Green Bay green.
Yeah,
Everyone loves Green Bay green.
And then it was something about home team versus away team, and I'm like, they're both away teams.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very confused about it, but I didn't know if anyone else heard of such a thing, that they can't wear green because of some kind of gang situation.
The Irish gangs, yeah.
I've heard no such thing.
No,
Paul here says, "Fucking hell! I gave you the link to the auction." I don't know. Did he give you the link to the auction?
Doesn't pay. Paul?
Name?
Just doesn't.
Give you a name? Happy Friday to you too. So yes, so I think it'll be fun. I know that a lot of folks will be listen, I don't want to give you guys the wrong impression, but I may have an iPad here that I'm fiddling around with to try to figure out how I'm going to get the game on here. Allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Are they on Prime or something? There's some kind of super duper pay thing.
No, I've got it. Basically, we've got it in Canada. We've got the streaming. It's DAZN. They do the streaming for the NFL package, and I've got it. I always turn on the NFL package, basically. So it worked out for me, and I've got it here as part of it, and it's reactivated for the season. So usually it's pretty good. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out making sure if I can forget the damn thing to work properly for me. Looks like this is what I'm gonna have to press. Looks like this is the one that's live, so we'll see. I'll figure it out. Regardless, my the commentary's off, so it's not gonna make a difference. Oh, apparently, I guess according to this, it's RDS. It's en français. Good thing I'm not actually listening to commentary. Would kind of spoil the whole point. And there you go. Paul's got a link, so maybe that'll be a link to the live stream. I think we're okay here. Fortunately,
everything it seems.
Oh, you can stream anything. Like, let's be realistic about it. If you want to see it, that's not a problem. I don't mind having the package because I get all the games, and then and it also has Red Zone built into it. So for Sunday, Red Zone's great for me. If I don't have a specific game I want to watch, it's actually very good. I like it for that. So it's good for the NFL season. Good evening, Orlando. So yes, so we've got that going on. Obviously, first full week of the NFL season. We'll have some fun with that, and we'll see how that goes. I know on the Discord, listen, people, it was suddenly everybody came to life on the Discord. People got real excited because it's fun talking out during the games, kind of live, chatting during the game itself. So it's kind of an entertainment in its own way. So it'll be a lot of fun. We'll have a lot of fun this season, and we'll go to it. But that means that we're basically entering into the fall, and then October, once the hockey season starts, that means we'll be really in the deep part of it. And then, like I said, before you know it, you blink, and it's November, and there we go.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to be interesting. And playing into the Saturday thing. Now, they delayed it a week because I think Billy wasn't pushing the cart fast enough. They delayed the 2024 AEW flagship by a week. Now, normally this would trouble me, Eric, but they've released a checklist, and they've released images. So I can only assume, so at this point, that means that they're pretty far along the way. And because once they actually reveal real images and not the artist mock-ups, it means they've got the cards. So that can only mean that Billy is pushing the cart too slowly, and we're going to have to insist he pushes faster.
I think so.
We're going to have to sit down and talk to him.
Yeah, listen. The collector of the scallops, the collector of the people, Steve from AMG Collectibles, which is my segue into AMG. Yes. AMG Collectibles, AMGcollectibles.ca, and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Yeah. Steve has been texting me nonstop since last week's show. Earlier this week, talking nonstop. Carlos, when's AEW coming? When's AEW coming? I'm like, Steve, listen, I'm talking to my people. I'm trying. I'm trying, man.
Gotta have it.
I'm telling you, I need this. I understand.
And the best way to get in contact with Billy is Hockey Card Gong Show. So it seems.
True. Yeah. And even we'll say more at other venues. He has his own questions and frustrations related to our beloved fellow podcast. Let's just say that. Let's put it that way. Let's be nice for at least the first hour.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll be a man of peace for the moment. For the moment, I'll be a man of peace.
First hour, man of peace. Okay.
Yep. Listen, I believe my lies. Have I not already discussed this? Have I not explained this?
Yeah.
Listen, we all have our things that we tell ourselves, Eric. I look in the mirror and I tell myself I'm a man of peace. You look
I
in the
know.
mirror and tell yourself the Boston Bruins are a real hockey team.
Mhm.
We all lie to ourselves. We say whatever we need to say to get by.
Yeah, we do what
Okay.
we gotta do.
I look
Yeah.
in the mirror and say,
You
I
look
got
at
a
it,
nap, but
you say Bobby Orr played for the Boston Bruins. You say Boston Bruins are a real hockey team. Now, most of us don't have three separate lies we tell, one after the other, like a whole process. And then you point and say, Kiss makes good music. We don't have to lie ourselves three different ways, but
No.
most of us are content with one. But you got your thing. You do your thing. It's cool.
Thank you. Yeah. I think I need therapy.
Oh, you definitely do. That's not even that ship. Listen, that ship sailed, hit the iceberg, crashed down, became coral reef, and James Cameron made a movie about it. That's how far down the line we are.
That seems
for a man who gives therapy to needing therapy, something's wrong.
that seems bad.
Or maybe something's right and then wrong. I don't know.
That's right. That's right.
Right. Yeah. So not wrong. Well,
Yes, indeed. Now, one thing I was going to add, so I'll mention this quickly and we'll talk about it more later. So I did see that from Paul. He was saying, yep, if I go quiet, the game is on, NBIC on the TV, so no chat. All good. Paul, do your thing.
Yeah.
We appreciate you checking it out anyway. What I was going to say was I showed this to Brandon and Eric. So Bobby, I'll share this with you out of context, but I'll explain what it is, and I'll also explain how it plays into that, and then I'll shift it over into talking about one other thing I wanted to mention. So this is an image from this past week's Dynamite from the AEW show. Now,
Very nice.
no, I gave no context for those guys, but I'll give a little bit of context here. This is the culminating angle of the show that was part of a feud that's been going on for months. And it ended with this guy here drinking his drink with a gasoline canister beside him, burning down the childhood home of his rival, which I appreciated. It's a whole vibe, a whole mood. I enjoyed it. But my point here is that I'm sharing this image for two reasons. One, it made me cackle. I enjoyed it tremendously. And secondly, I want this on a fucking card. To the powers that be at Upper Deck, listen to my words. Hear me when I'm saying. I don't care who we got to talk to, what palms we got to grease out there.
Billy,
I need this on a card.
Yeah.
This right here. I want this on a card. Do you understand me?
Who is that person?
Well, right now there's actually a couple. So this is why it's tricky. It's easy for us to blame Billy. Now I do blame Billy for not pushing the cart fast enough. I feel he is personally responsible for that. However, there is a gentleman that reached out to me that was responsible for the checklist, and there's another person who's responsible for designing the flagship one. So there's actually a couple different Upper Deck folks now that are dealing with that light. So it's not one person anymore. I can't just blame Billy. I can blame him for the card because that's totally his responsibility. He should have pushed the card faster. But now there's a couple of different folks. So now I got to figure out, okay, which one of y'all is responsible for the next thing that's coming out after this? And I needs me this image on a card.
It only seems fair.
Yeah.
But
you know the meme, shut up and take my money. Let's go.
But who is the wrestler in the picture?
So that is Hangman Adam Page. He is one who's actually been in AEW since the beginning of the product. So he's been there the whole time.
Okay.
And like I said, that is actually a culmination of an actual storyline that has been going on for months. So in the context of the rivalry they've had, I like I said, I won't go too deep on it here, but in the context of the rivalry they had, that is an escalation that actually does make sense. He didn't just go from 0 to 60. They've had a series of back and forth horrible things they've done to each other, and this is an escalation of that process.
So is this the cousin of Diamond Dallas Page?
No. There are a lot of pages, though. There are a lot of pages in wrestling. And that joke has been
Page, the female. Yeah.
Yeah. Page is a female. Diamond Dallas Page and Hangman Page is like the family reunion. Somebody made a meme. Yeah, and it's like, yep, we got a lot of pages. 2
out of 3. I'm pretty good.
Yeah, Bobby, that is impressive. That is impressive.
When's your show again?
All I'll say is I appreciated that closing angle, and that image, to me, that belongs on a trading card. That's a great shot. That belongs on a trading card. I'm like, guys, I'm going to do your work up for you on this one. You got to get this picture into a card. Do what you got to do. Talk to whoever you got to talk to. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, and get the talking heads in the background burning down the house. That'd be awesome. Yeah.
So it's like a Tops Now situation.
I think that would work. Here's the thing. That's not Eric. I would 100% buy that. You could have the regular version, the silver version, the gold version. I'll buy that shit. I will buy multiple packs of that shit. Put it on e-pack. Go ahead. Do it. Let's do it. I'm giving you guys free money. Just take the money that I'm offering you. It's free. Take the money. So we'll see. We'll see if we'll see
Make
if
a
if I've
kaboom
been
out
able
of
to
that
convince.
thing.
What's that?
To make a kaboom out of that thing.
Oh, listen,
No.
Eric
got
was all excited
ideas.
about the combos this week.
No.
Hmm.
Yes.
And
Oh,
then
yes.
we'll take the the Philadelphia Eagles green and put the green kaboom in it, and it's shit.
Oh my God.
It
Now we're
gets
getting
bigger.
exciting, Bobby.
It keeps getting bigger and bigger.
I know this is exciting times,
Mhm.
and I'm definitely not adjusting the tablet so I can see the game better.
No.
I don't care what anybody says. But anyway, so
Mhm.
Stuke says go pack. Thank you, Stuke. Appreciate you. All right. So let me shift off this into a different topic that I wanted to talk about. There's a couple of things we can chat on, but by the way, two things struck me that happened this week. Obviously, that was one not related to what I want to talk about, but there's two other things. Number one, Eric's favorite live streamer. I know after the show, of course. After this live stream here that he loves more than life itself, his second favorite live stream in the entire world
Don't you?
came back online today. Dr. Disrespect. Eric, Dr. Disrespect is back. He was live today.
And now the world can move on happily.
Hey, listen, almost 200,000 people tuned into the beginning of that live stream because he labeled it the truth. The man was there to speak his truth.
And what truth did he speak?
Well,
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to think of how I can do. Okay, look. Basically, he said that Twitch stepped out of line. He acknowledged that messages were set, but he basically said it wasn't to a minor. So he's actually fighting back against the idea behind it, and he basically said that his proofs, which by the way you can argue depending on what you think, is the fact that he did sue Twitch and they ended up having to settle it with him. They paid him everything. So they basically, their process, he actually believes there was somebody at Twitch who had an issue with him and actually escalated it without investigating it fully. And then when they did investigate it, they were like, actually, it doesn't hold up because they had actually reported. Again, I'm using his side of the story. He said they had actually reported it to law enforcement who did have to investigate it. And he goes, it's been 4 years. I'm still here. Nobody's beating down my door,
Yeah.
And basically, they had to pay me out, and law enforcement got a chance to look at it, and I'm still here. That was basically the gist of his point.
It's a pretty good point if you're not in jail yet for a horrible crime.
Yeah,
And
so I'll take it with a grain of salt, but if that is accurate,
good point.
it strengthens his argument that, hey, not only did I might not in trouble, I'm still here. On top of everything else, they had to pay me because they went about this in the wrong process. They didn't do the due process you're supposed to be doing, whatever. And apparently he is allowed to appeal his demonetization by YouTube. And obviously YouTube will still have him on.
So truth wasn't really clickbait.
Yeah, so I have no idea. So I think it worked out. It was interesting. But again, for me, it was more than anything, I was surprised. I did not expect that he would be live today. So when I saw that he was live, I was like, what? Okay. So I tuned in to check it out. I was like, dude, okay, whatever. I don't know. Give me a ham.
Oh, Ham. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Ham. Michael Ham is in the building. He is has gone complete big time.
Oh yeah.
He will be
On Jeremy's show soon.
the star
Yes.
guest of Sports Cards Live tomorrow evening at 10 p.m. Eastern. I can't even.
That show's still on?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
It'll be on more and more in the near future.
And,
Wednesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays.
yeah, he's coming. He has a new show coming, I guess. So he'll be on even more. And I think what I heard is that Ham is going to be on every single show.
He should be on every single show.
Yeah.
Why not? Then
So,
at least somebody could watch it. There'd
we
be a
got
reason to watch it.
Monday Ham, Tuesday Ham, Wednesday Ham, Thursday Ham, Friday Ham, Saturday Ham, and of course the most important, Sunday Ham.
Ham I am.
That's the ham bone. Yes.
So,
With Dr. Disrespect being gone so long, I'm sure Dr. Beckett had an increased workload. I know. He had to carry the doctor. Facts. So Carlisle here. Good evening. Watching them move Chase Elliott's Napa car outside my apartment. NASCAR has been here this afternoon promoting the Reds-Braves game in Bristol next year. Random. I like it.
Not so bad.
Is Tag releasing a sister company? They need to have a company first. They should make a company. They can have a sister company. Step one.
I got into a fun heated
Fun.
debate at work yesterday.
Fun.
Because I still believe, just visually, folks, visually only, that it appeases my eyes that Tag has the best plastic, the best label, the best looking graded slab in the business. And I had a couple of people agree with me, and I had some others disagree with me. And we, well, they won't be coming down for breakfast tomorrow morning. But I still think visually only, Tag has the best looking slab on the market. I hate PSA, and I'm holding one right now. This looks like complete trash. I just think Tag's slabs look freaking amazing.
They look like what?
They're
a clear plastic, and the top of it is garbage.
I like how their clear label is up top. I think it's very classy and sleek.
Yeah. And how do you feel about reading it when there's anything but a dark background?
I have no problem doing so. I like it. It's an opinion. I can have an opinion that I like it, and I do.
No.
I'm not saying anything about their grading. I'm not saying
they would also need to start grading to be a grader.
Their business. I'm not nothing. I'm visually only. I think Tag has the best looking slab in the market.
Okay.
So he claims. Ham was a Girls Gone Wild photographer in a past life, videographer in a past life, maybe. Orlando says, "How about me? We got to get in all the plugs apparently. Look, I'm gonna start charging you guys like I charge Ek for the like button." So Ham's got his thing with floating head. I think they're going to talk about ham sandwiches or something. I have no idea. But Orlando says, "How about me? I'm going to be on Hobby Hotline team starting tomorrow." There you go.
Oh, congratulations!
Everybody's there, except me.
So you'll be there with the doctor.
Is this another hockey cards gotcha situation? They're like, we can't find this man.
So
yeah, it is really, because if you think about it, when the app came out, it was like, oh, I gotta have you on for the app. Well,
what?
It's been a year.
What?
Yeah, I know. So he hasn't had me on, so the app can't be released. Right?
What?
So
what?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's all about appetizers, man.
Yep.
540 Flips agrees. CGC has the best looking holder. I agree.
Screw you for 540 Flips. Screw you.
4, 5, 4 foot.
And I'm gonna get you.
Baboozle says, break a leg, Orlando, or pull a groin, or whatever they say in theater. All valid points. 540 Flips makes a valid point here, as pertaining to Eric. He makes a valid 540 Flips makes a valid point. You also like one touches upside down. That's right. This man doesn't even know.
Why don't you mind your own business? Don't you have like some babies to drown, some kittens to kill, or something tonight? Go away.
Noble calling. Old man Tag looking down on Eric from heaven with a smile. Indeed.
I think they are the best looking thing going. I think they look fantastic.
Robert's got you, man. Tag is the best looking coach in the market.
There's plenty of else I could criticize. I can't criticize
literally everything else.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
But the visual look, I think, is the best.
I like the look of the cards.
Carlisle here says, Toronto's Jimenez fouls ball of the most awkward part of the male anatomy. They saw play for a few minutes. Then Freed plunks him with the next pitch. Tough day at the office. That would be a tough day at the office. That's valid points. Valid. I agree.
True.
So, like I said, two things struck me. First one, before we got distracted by the coaster talk. Two things struck. First, the shock of Dr. Disrespect coming back. And Eric spent basically all afternoon just raving with ravenous praise. Like, he was so excited. Dr. Disrespect, Dr. Disrespect also closer to being a real doctor than we've got in the hobby. So,
True.
Still closer. Yeah, True. So, still closer. But anyway, the point is, so we had that. And this was one that Paul cued me in on, but then I hadn't paid too close attention. And then it turns out they had a live stream and they put in the music video and everything. Linkin Park actually made a comeback live stream and concert. They did like a secret concert where they invited people. And they actually shared that they had a new single, and they have a new singer. And on top of everything else, they're going to be releasing a new album here coming up. So obviously they showcased the new song, and they played some old songs and everything, and all as all part of it. Now, I'm going to touch on it because it amuses me. Because as you well know, I know, shocking but true, I do enjoy the Schadenfreude. I am kind of a fan. Now, I will say this. I am a fan of Linkin Park's work. Chester Benningfield. I want to say Benningfield. I think I got the last name wrong, but it's Chester.
Yeah, that's right.
So he was the lead singer, but he passed away by suicide and he killed himself. But, which is unfortunate, very unfortunate. But obviously they've been gone as a result for 7 years because, you can't replace the guy had a very specific skill set with his singing ability. Yeah, you can't replace that. You can't replicate it exactly. They brought in a lady to join the band, and she's actually quite good. I will say I listened to the new single they did. So, and this is the point that I want to get to. I'm actually going to relate this to cards, believe it or not. So hang with me for a moment. It's going to take me a second, but I will get it back to cards. So hang tight. So the point is, I listened to the concert and everything. I thought she did a pretty good job, all things considered, especially the amount of pressure. Because the first thing they're going to say is, "You're not Chester." Like, those people were there. They're there. And the point, and the band themselves literally were trying to downplay that. They're like, "We're not trying to replace Chester. We're still Linkin Park. We're still the band. The co-founder and everybody else is still here. And we still would like to play. And we've got new songs and new ideas. And like I said, they've got a whole new album they've actually recorded. So the fact is they've got new material, which is great. And I listened to the first single they did, and honestly, I thought it was pretty good. But part of what I think helped, and this is where I think there's a disconnect with some of the fans, and again, I'll bring this back to cards, I promise. And this is where I want to touch on it. I think what created a problem for some fans were like, "Oh man, I like it. The sound's good and everything." And other fans were like, "Oh, but it's not like this if his Chester was there." And it's like, the problem is you're trying to link it to the past version of it. And this is actually a different song. It's one thing when she does a song that is part of their old catalog, and then your brain is automatically drawing the correct connection. It's a different thing when it's a completely new song that was done with her in mind and with this particular iteration of the band. I don't think it's fair to compare the two things. They're apples and oranges. And also, this is where I'm going to bring in the cards thing. I think sometimes nostalgia and the connection to this thing can rob us of the opportunity to evaluate something newer on its own merits. We can decide if you like the new thing or not. If you don't like it, that's perfectly okay. But don't like it because it's not good. Don't dislike it because it doesn't compare favorably to the previous iteration of it. That's not fair.
It's almost like you have to, as a fan. I went through this with Van Halen. When David Lee Roth left and Sammy Hagar came in, I was totally against Sammy Hagar. But then, a few of the songs came out and I said, "Hey, that's a good song." And it was a change of times too. So, you kind of grew used to it, but I still love the David Lee Roth and what he did. And then they brought in that other guy. It was just whatever. He was too much. I forget his name now. And I seen him in concert and he was horrid. And it gets too distorted down the road, but they're only one step away. So it shouldn't be so bad. And it is the new songs. Like, I'm sure if you saw, I never seen Sammy Hagar play the Van Halen, the David Lee Roth songs. Mm-hmm. So I can't really be biased about it that way. And I'm very sure that the fans of Linkin Park from prior going forward would be listening with that, I guess, that little extra ear of, how close is she to how he is. But it's a new day. It's a new day.
Yeah. But I think what helped, again, is I was a fan of their stuff before. But I wasn't living and dying by it. Like, obviously, if somebody is that deep into it and they're living and dying by it, then anything that, an affront, because they were like, "Well, name it something else." It's like, why should they? Mike Shinoda was a co-founder of the band. Literally, he owns the rights to the band. And also the music they were making is not fundamentally different than what they were doing as Linkin Park. And they even brought back the DJ guy, Mr. Hunt. He was part of it as well. So they've got all the components minus Chester, which is okay. And again, she's got a skill set. She's been doing it for 15 years. So she's not new to the business. She's been around a while. And from what I understand, I listened to an interview they did. She had actually been working with them on some sessions for months and months and months going back. And they were doing that to feel out if it felt okay. And if it felt okay and the band felt like it was good, and basically musician stuff. Like, if the vibe is good and then they're making songs and it feels like it fits, then they were going to proceed. Otherwise, they weren't going to bother with it. So from their perspective, they felt good in that environment, creating those songs and doing that. And listening to the first song, it felt very seamless. It felt like she fit into what they were trying to do, and they were able to do a lot of the stuff they're used to doing. Mm-hmm. So I think from that perspective, it allowed me to listen to it with fresh ears. I didn't try to compare it. So because I didn't do that, I was able to just listen to this and ask myself, do I like this or not? And if I like it, then great. So I'm going to pre-order the album. I'll give it a chance. Now, the reason I say the Schadenfreude, this is going to be interesting, is apparently she has some links to Scientology, and it could get real complicated real fast.
Here we
We'll
go.
see. I'm going to leave that be, but I'm giving you the background so you have it. Okay. Now bring it to sports cards. This is how I want to play into it. I was talking about the nostalgia thing.
Scientology to sports cards. Let's make this jump. Go ahead.
Listen, I can do it.
Let's see how good you are.
Next
I'm
week
already
we'll be
there.
talking about
I'm
Tom
already there.
Cruise and
You know,
Lee
speaking
Remini
of religious things, you know, Erica knows all about this. The point is, some
Is it
people
even
get
religious.
hung up. Oh,
Because you know when you get to the 13th level, what you turn into, you know.
listen, I happen to think Scientology is at least as legitimate as the other one.
Yeah.
True.
Like
Well,
at least
no,
he
I
knows
think
he
that-
made shit up. Like at least he knows he made to their credit.
true.
They know they
I'll
made
give
shit
him
up.
that. Yeah.
I feel I was more legit. But anyway, okay. So bringing it over. The reason I talked about the nostalgia thing is it played in the Linkin Park thing because the fans that were so hung up on the old sound are immediately going to not give the other one a fair shot. They're not going to base it on its own merits. I did a video on the channel where I used the music analogy too, by the way. I talked about Matthew Good, who's one of my favorite musicians, and he had the band and then he had his solo stuff. And there was a 3-album thing. 3 albums were back to back to back. Depending on the day you ask me or my mood, one of these 3 albums will be my favorite. It depends. Because I feel they're all very cohesive. It was 3 straight ones. It was Beautiful Midnight with the band, and there was The Audio of Being, which was the last one by the Matthew Good Band, and then there was Avalanche, which was the first solo album. So those 3 were all back to back to back. And I felt like that was the strongest period of his work. So, and I like songs on other albums too. The ones before I like a bunch of songs on them, the ones after I like a bunch of songs on them. But those 3 were cohesive. I can put any of them on from the track 1, listen to all the way through to the end, and I'm very happy with the experience whenever. The point is, when I listen to his newer stuff, I don't like it as much. But I don't dislike it because, oh, well, it's not Beautiful Midnight. I'm not asking you to remake Beautiful Midnight. That's not a fair expectation because it's been, 1998, I think it was when Beautiful Midnight came out. That's not a fair thing to ask. It's not reasonable. Especially, and if that's the case, if you want to listen, then just listen to the original version. He doesn't want to remake it. And I don't think anybody else would enjoy if he just tried to, okay, well, I guess I'll just remake it again. No, just don't remake it.
No.
Go listen to playback on the original if that's what you want. And but otherwise you listen to new stuff and decide if you like it or not. And I do that. Every album that has come out since, I'll listen to it. Sometimes I like a couple of songs. Sometimes I like a bunch of the songs. None of them are as cohesive for me as those 3 that I talked about. But the other ones, a bunch of the other ones stand on their own and they're actually pretty good. I like them. Not to the same level, but I like them. They're a tier lower or sometimes a couple of tiers lower. And now he's gotten into kind of a more bluesy kind of way. And it's like, it's not my bag. I'm not into it. That doesn't mean I don't like the musician.
But that's okay though.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm getting at. That's all I'm saying in this instance. I'm using the music analogy. But the reason I say that I think it plays into sports car too is that we have that problem. Sometimes we'll look at the past version of something. We'll look at some of the newer Topps products or Panini products or even Upper Deck products. And I'll be like, and they'll bring back a version of. Now, there is one exception I'll make to this. If they do something they've done in the past and it is actually worse, like they literally take an old idea, an old design, and just execute it in an inferior way, like it's worse materials, half-assed effort and whatever, and you're literally just ripping off your old design, that's justified. To me, that criticism is justified. Like you're kind of stepping on your old version. It would be like if he tried to redo Beautiful Midnight, re-record it, same song, same lyrics and everything, and he just half-assed it and literally released that as a re-release. And I'm like, no, that wouldn't work. That'd
Sort
be
of like with Leaf and Pro Set. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There you go. So the point is that if that's the criticism, I think that's fair. But if somebody's trying something that is actually new, maybe you don't like it as much as the old one. That's okay. That's completely all right. But you have to actually look at it on its own merits, the current version, and see, like, do you like this thing though? Like, if it was released brand new, fresh today with a different manufacturer, would you be okay with it? If the answer is yes, then it's not fair to compare it to the old one and be like, well, it's not as good as Upper Deck from 15 years ago. It's like, well, what do you want? The people from 15 years ago, most of them aren't there anymore.
True.
And the business
Another generation
changed.
ago, really.
Yeah, so it's like,
yeah.
it's not fair to expect. I think sometimes though we allow nostalgia to rob joy of the present. So all of a sudden everything is always worse in the present. It's like, well, but in 10 years, people who are in the present are going to say this was the better time. And it happens every time. It's weird. So it's like, I think there's something to that we allow our vision of what it was then to always make it, well, that was the better time. Well, every generation thinks that. Every generation thinks that time was the better time. And then the next generation will think this is the better time 20 years from now. So it's very interesting the way that plays out. But I do think it plays in how the way some people react to some of that stuff. It's very strange. Very strange.
It's almost that saying I always say, the good old times are here and now. And here and now is whenever here and now is. And I said that 20, 30 years ago. So, and 10 years ago and 15 years ago. So we can all look back and say, yeah, I wish I was there. I could have bought some Gretzky's or, whatever. There's so many things we could do.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. Like I said, I agree with the criticism that sometimes the companies will use some of the old stuff as a crutch. When it's a crutch, that's a criticism I agree with. I have zero problem with
87 Tops baseball.
Well, here Philly Joe literally his comment is, please, no more 87 Tops.
Oh, there you go.
And that's valid. That is 100% valid because they have literally gone to that well over and over and over. And by the way, I like 87 Tops. I like the wood grain borders. I'm a fan. I opened rack packs of that stuff years and years ago, and I had a ton of. I've opened boxes of that. And that was a couple of years before my time, but I still really like the year. I like the set. I like that there's a bunch of Hall of Famers in it towards the end of their career. I think the set itself is nice. But yeah, Tops is running to the ground. They're literally doing it so many times that it's like, yeah, it's a cool set, guys, but let it go.
Yeah.
Give it a break. It's
well,
a cool
hockey
set,
did that with 66, right? Bobby Orr's rookie. Either you love that set or you hated it. Cowboys.
It's something about the wood grain borders, man. They see the wood grain borders and they get all excited.
Yeah, television set, whatever kind of thing. It's just like, yeah, what is that? What were they doing? Well, it was on TV. Whatever.
Bob Oasis.
I met him thanks to Bobby Burrell.
Oh, who's that? Pete Conacher?
No, Bobby Bond.
Yes. A Red Wing wearing his green jersey. So Bob Boozle says people wanted Star Wars
not
movies.
In Venezuela. Anyways, go ahead.
People wanted Star Wars movies until they got the recent batch of Star Wars movies. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. Look at those.
They suck.
Tanked. I never liked Star Wars anyway, so no disappointment. No sweat out my nose. So I'm good.
Yeah. Well, I think though, but and this kind of plays into what I was just referring to, the topic that I was touching on. I mean, the funny thing about it though is I'll hear sometimes people will be like, "Oh my God, the new ones have ruined my childhood." I'm like, how? Did they go back in time and literally change the original? Go watch the original then. What's the problem?
Everything changes. You have AC/DC, Bon Scott, and then everything.
I was actually going to use that example, yeah. And then the Brian Johnson,
Led Zeppelin, where he splits off and he gets into the Honey Drippers. You got David Lee Roth does his own solo career. Everybody kind of goes their own way, and you like them for whatever they are at that time. You can't compare them to what was past, and I never did.
I'll give you a good example. So the AC/DC one is a good example because that's an example of two lead singers. And Brian Johnson has been able to make, quite a career for himself out of it. Like he's got his era. So you're able to break up the band into this era and then this era. And it's still the same band, but it's distinct. They're two different things. I'll give you an example. One of Eric's favorite bands of all time, Nightwish. And we talk and you got three lead singers there. I think it's Tarja. There was one in the middle whose name escapes me. What's that?
What band?
Nightwish.
You're all about the symphonic metal. Hey, listen, between Kiss and Eric, let me finish my thing because there's a joke here that I want to play into.
Oh,
shut
okay.
up.
I've never heard
heavy metal band.
Never heard of them, but okay.
Actually, they've got some good songs. I'll point you in the direction of some of their better stuff. Anyway, the point is, there's three distinct eras of this band though. Because the band's been around for more than 20 years. So you got Tarja, who was the original singer. And then you've got one in the middle who was a little more poppy, but she could sing. She was good, but she was obviously different. The first one was almost like an opera singer. Like her style was more operatic. The second one was a little bit more poppy, but she was good. I listened to a couple of the tracks that she done that were in her style because the band made songs that fit her style. It works when the band is making songs that fit your style and you're not trying to sing what the other one does. It works better. And then the current one is Flor Jansen. Who can go all over the map. She's got a lot of range and she's got a lot of things she can do. And a lot of her stuff is excellent. If people took the same attitude, they'd be like, oh man, the Flor Jansen thing is going to suck. It's like, well, actually, some people think she's the best one of the three. So she's got a completely different style than the other two. And she's Dutch, and I don't hold that against her, which tells you how good she is.
Wow.
That's it. Yeah.
With my hatred, my known mortal nemesis is the Dutch.
She looks
I'm
great
even
in
willing
leather.
to acknowledge that Flor Jansen is very good.
And looks
Just
great
saying.
in leather.
And she's like 6 feet tall. I
I
think a
know.
lot of people don't realize, like, she's this Amazonian woman. Like, she's basically huge, and she towers over some of her bandmates.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
hysterical. But
Mhm.
she can sing. But the point
Oh,
is,
yeah.
the woman can sing. But imagine though, if you adopted the same attitude, well, why do you still call it Nightwish? Because the guy who is the orchestrator behind with the keyboard is still the one orchestrating.
Yeah.
You've got 3 different singers, and they've had success in 3 different eras with 3 completely distinct styles.
Yep.
I had a
But it's
friend
still the same band.
who went and just saw Journey, and
Oh, with that
a great time.
Malaysian guy who took over for Steve Perry.
Yep, guy's incredible. Does a great job. People enjoy, but I don't think they have come out with new music.
No,
So I mean, they're still singing Steve Perry songs,
I
but
think that they're just
does
going to
good
keep
job.
doing that. Why are you going to try? Then you fail as a band if you go forward and you try something and you're not successful. Then it takes the edge off. So I think they're smart doing that.
Yeah. Well, look, you got 2 choices. To me, and this is where I think the distinct point is. And like I said, I promise I'll keep weaving this in and out of the card side. But the point is, when you're talking about these bands, I think there's a big difference in where the singer is also the creative lead. Then you cannot replace them. Then you've got a problem, because in the Nightwish example, it's the guy on the keyboards who is the orchestrator of a lot of the songs, the writer of the songs, and all. So you can take, now the singer's still got to be good, but the point is, as long as he understands what they can do well, he can build a song that will play into their strengths. So that allows the band to continue even in different iterations. But like Evanescence, Amy Lee is the lead. She owns it, but she's also the lead singer. You can literally replace the entire rest of the band.
She
And
can't.
no one cares. And they did it multiple times now, and no one notices and no one cares. But if you replace Amy Lee, it's not Evanescence anymore. You can't do it. So there's
Well,
a
the
difference.
one guy who does the backup, he has a very distinct voice, very similar to. I think it's almost like Lincoln Park. I think him. Very similar kind of sound. Has that long calling, non vibrato voice.
Yeah, I'd have to
very
think about it. I'm not sure.
Pitch perfect. I can't remember. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah, but
From
the
a lot
key
of stuff
though is
out there.
the key though is it's going to be different when the person who is the creative lead is the one who leaves, because that
Mhm.
breaks the whole thing.
She's
then
not-
you
yeah,
don't. You're missing
it's her.
the
Yeah.
important part. So for, that one won't work. You can't redo that. It's not going to function. So to bring it into my point though, overall that I was getting at was that I think sometimes we make the mistake of trying to compare some of this stuff to some of the stuff of the past. Now, again, if you're going to rip off something previous, well, then, you deserve the criticism you're going to get. That's part of it.
Sure.
But if you are trying something new, you usually do I think it is better for people to look at it with almost fresh eyes as best they can and go like, just ask yourself, do you like this or not? By the way, the answer can be no. No is a valid response. That's like, no, I actually don't like it. Okay, great, perfect. But if you're looking at it through fresh eyes and not coloring it with visions of the past, then sometimes you'll be able to get a better sense of like, actually, it's not a bad idea. It's just different than what you were expecting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you'll be a lot happier if you look at it from that perspective.
I say all the time, I don't like this show, and you tell me too bad. Now you're telling everybody.
Yes, because your opinion doesn't matter and you suck.
There
Okay.
you go.
Yeah, just we'll make sure, your objection is noted and rejected.
Overruled. Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Babuzo says it's like when Mankind becomes Dude Love and we just want Cactus Jack Manson.
That's it.
That's right. Eric knows a little about that, though.
He's my best friend.
Oh yes.
Which one? Mankind, Dude Love, or Cactus Jack?
Dude love, probably. Anyways.
Dude Love, yeah. He seems like a Dude Love kind of guy.
Uh-huh. Enough said, move on.
I don't know where to go with that now.
You don't have to go anywhere.
Dude Love ends a lot of conversations.
Yes, it does.
Go with that.
Yep. All right.
Eric is like, I feel like 5% less comfortable than I did 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
Let's go
Ah,
back to the kickoff. Okay.
yep, that's right. It all comes together. Good times. Anyway, so yeah, so I thought I would have a little bit of fun with that because like I said, the Lincoln Park reunion thing and everything. We'll see what the controversy ends up being. That is going to entertain me separately from this. However, my point was that I listened to it, and on its own merits, I thought it was decent. I'll pre-order the album and I'll check it out. and I'll decide for myself if it's good or bad, but I'll support it because the first song sounded pretty good to me. But other people disagree. Other people will be like, man, I hate it and blah, blah, blah. It's not my Linkin Park. It's like, fine, man. Fair enough. All good. But I think people do that with the cards as well. And it's unfortunate because sometimes you do deprive yourself the opportunity to figure out if something maybe could have worked for you if you just gave it a fresh set of eyes and then made up your mind. But to each their own. I guess we'll have to see how that goes. So let me open it up here. I want to ask a question. By the way, I want to thank everybody. The support on the most recent silly card poll. It's going well so far. I want to kind of check out where we're at right now.
I
I'm
better
seeing
be
we're
winning.
definitely getting some votes.
I better be winning.
So let's take a look here. So right now we're sitting at 35 votes. Actually, that's really strong out of the gate. That's really good. It's only been a couple of days. So right now the leader, as it should be, is peanut butter jelly time. Damn right.
Crap.
Peanut butter jelly time, people. You know it.
Stupid.
Justice for peanut butter. Eric wouldn't know a sandwich if it slapped him in the face with mayo.
Oh, come on. Don't be gross.
Oh, but it had to be done. It had to be done. All right. All I heard of the whole conversation was Cardinals going to super PC top scoring basketball. Shh. Quiet, 540 flips. I'm not giving away all my secrets yet. Between that and Eric's upcoming Will Levis collection, there's a lot of exciting announcements coming to BIC headquarters.
Should
A lot of
you
exciting
off,
announcements.
like, burning down an orphanage or something?
Like Hangman and Page?
Yeah. I mean, why is he here bothering us? I mean,
He can multitask, man.
he should be out, fulfilling his life of debauchery somewhere.
Ooh. Life of debauchery sounds fun. What kind of debauchery you got in mind? You and Dude Love? What are you up to? What are you crazy scamps up to?
Well,
Watching some Emmanuel in Space. Go on.
no. Yeah. Let me tell you, when we went out to lunch the other day,
Even if.
we did some heavy drinking.
All right. What'd you drink?
I had, listen to this. I had like 3 Pepsis, and he had like 2 Diet Pepsis.
I was about to say, you didn't even go Diet Pepsi, you animal.
Yeah, no, he did. He couldn't keep up with me.
Wow. You know how there's that commercial with the most interesting man in the world?
I'm not it.
The Dos Equis guy?
Yeah,
You're not that guy.
I'm not that guy.
No, you're not that guy. No.
I know.
Bob was just this, haha. To which part, Bob? There were like 4 or 5 distinct levels there. There are layers to this. Layers to this, my friends. Layers. All right. So, question for you guys. Let me open it up here so that the chat can. I like a little chat participation in this. So again, thank you for the vote so far. If you haven't already, do check out the community post. Check out the vote. Vote for one of the cards, whichever one is your favorite this week. We've been having fun with that category. I got to think about what the next card is going to be for this upcoming week, but so far so good. Been having some fun with that. All right. Here's my question. Obviously, we got the season going. I'm watching the games and stuff on my end. Anybody got any prospects in terms? Looking forward to anything in particular? Hope for your team? Like, I'm just curious. I know we've got a couple different folks that cheer for different teams here. So I'm curious if anybody has got any, fresh hope, new season optimism for your team, pessimism for your team.
England Patriots is that they win at least one game, so they're not just 0-17.
That would make them the first 0-17 team. So that is history.
Yeah, so I don't want them to have that kind of history. So we'll see Sunday just how bad these guys really are. Everyone's expecting them to be quite poor. So
I would say more than likely, yeah. It's likely the case. So I will say this 2 things. Number 1, the fact that I'm stuck on the French feed kind of annoys me. RDS not for the win. Regardless, though, I can make it out, but I'm like, literally, I can see all the stuff is in French. It's kind of annoying. However, that said, not a spectacular game so far. I'm wondering if they got out and maybe they had a couple of Pepsis in Brazil there, Eric. They're not coming out super hot. Packers are up.
I had to have my wife come pick me up at the restaurant, okay? Because there was no way I could drive after that many Pepsis.
Yep. Ham says, Buccaneers got better. If we stay healthy, we have a chance. Live the dream. Live the dream, Ham. Hey, guys, what's the topic tonight? I don't know. What do you want the topic to be tonight? I already had my fun. Listen, I already told you guys. Dr. Disrespect is back. Eric is excited. Linkin Park has dropped a new single.
Yep.
They got a new singer. They dropped a new single. She may already be embroiled in a scandalous scandal, and it's been like 5 minutes. It's pretty exciting. Not gonna lie. Eric, depending on how this goes, if I get my pre-order, this may be a collector's item. This may be a one and done. This may be a one and done. This may be a short era for Linkin Park. We'll see. Yep. 540 Phillips says Ravens got beat by a shoe size. Yes, actually, let's talk about that. Oh, so Eric, did you watch the game?
Oh yeah, I did.
Okay.
So
So real quick, I'm gonna get my refill, but I want some thoughts from you on a scale of 1 to 10 on the hashtag rig scale, with the ending the way it played out. Come on, missed by a toe from the guy who it was Likely. I think it was Likely was the name for the Ravens receiver.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So Likely goes and Lamar makes a horrific throw. Likely tries to get it and looks like he lands on his shoulder and it looks like he breaks it, but then he's only gone like a play or so, and then almost makes the game. It's not game tying really, but it puts him in position, either a kick for the tie or to go for two for the win. But he makes a great catch, like an amazing catch.
Yeah, two guys covering him.
Yeah, great catch, phenomenal catch, and like 99% beautiful body positioning. Like he was contorting himself to try to land, and by the edge of it. And by the way, they had the camera angle bang on, literally just to show that it just barely got his toe across that line, and that's what denied them against Kansas City. So I want some thoughts from you, but I'll come right back.
Yeah, so Mom and I were up watching it, which is always fun because football season again, and we watched football together. So we were trying to stay awake because the game was running late, and just before that last play, I looked over and she was dozing, so I woke her up, and so we got to watch it together at the very end, and the guy had two guys draped on him. The ball gets in there, comes down. Absolute amazing athletic ability, just unbelievable talent to be able to do that. And then to see that it was that much like I don't think I've ever seen a touchdown called back over such a small margin before. And I've been watching football since, I was a kid in the early 80s, and absolutely amazing. And I'm glad that we have the technology to make sure we get these things right. But, oh my God, you must have been able to hear a pin drop in the locker room with the Ravens, because they must have had all the air taken out of them.
Yeah.
To be able to come back, make an unbelievable play, and it is an eighth of an inch. Just unbelievable.
Yeah. This is a very fun game last night. I agree. For me, the enjoyable part, I mentioned a little earlier, was that obviously we were BSing on the Discord while it was going on. So I had it on the other screen while I was doing some stuff, but then also I had the Discord on this screen, and we were BSing, but at the same time, kind of the talking trash while games are going on is kind of fun. It's enjoyable. So it adds another element to it, because usually I'll have the commentary off. I'm not really listening to the commentary. But it was good. It was a good game to start off the season. And the fact they came down to the wire at the end was good. But that kind of plays into the joke of the hashtag rig. It's like, the NFL could not have asked for more to have it be like a close, like it was that close, almost, right as time was running out, literally the last play of the game. They did not have a chance or time to run another play. That was it. So they needed to make that play or it was done. And I think what's interesting, though, is that I think Baltimore has some stuff they need to work on. Lamar had moments that he was doing really well. He was able to run very well. He was able to do pretty well on that end. He showed off some good arm strength, but the accuracy was off on some of those throws. Like he was making life difficult on his own side of things. We'll see, though. He's an interesting character, though, because Lamar, I think, is a 2-time MVP. And he's still a guy where there's still a couple of times where it's like, but there's actually elements of your game that could actually improve even more. And you've actually won 2 MVPs. So imagine your skill set if you figured out that one other thing, because he's got arm strength. Like he was able to just flick the ball and send it quite away. But the accuracy has got to be a little bit better, a little tighter. And it would be, with the fact he can still run, it would make his game almost unstoppable.
You know how like Favre, when he was playing and he threw the ball, it looked like gave everything he had, and it was just like this cannon that would break your fingers, right?
It was a rocket. He could throw hard.
This kid last night, and I've watched him over the last few years because I mean he is a 2-time MVP. He just kind of goes.
Yeah, it's a flick. It's a very quick release if he wants it to be.
Thing is hauling ass, and it is accurate. Most of the time. I mean, he has to get maybe a little bit better.
I think his off-platform throws are where it struggles.
Yeah,
because if he's stable, I think he can take advantage of that and actually hit his target. But he's trying to do the Mahomes thing, but he doesn't have Mahomes' accuracy on movement because Mahomes can move and hit the target. Whereas I think Lamar can move, but then I think he has to set before he releases. And I think if he does that, now you're okay.
I can't believe he just like it's so different from the old days when guys would be back here and stepping in and just everything they had like a baseball pitcher with a huge follow through and stuff. And this kid just and a freaking bullet. It's crazy.
I like this comment from Bob Ozel. Says, hoping these QBs can stay intact this year. I want to see Aaron Rodgers. The darkness.
Yeah.
I've decided that's what it said.
That's what it says.
Thank you, Bob. Ham says Lamar is a poor man's peak Michael Vick. I can see the comp. The skill set, elements of the skill set, I think, match up. But like I said, I think it's a testament to how good Lamar has shown that he has been able to win 2 MVPs. He's got skills. Like, he's got elite skills. But again, that there's still a hole in his game. Like, there really is. There's still a hole in his game. If he's able to work on that and fix it, he becomes even more potent. Like, that's not a bad thing. Like, it actually leaves him room to improve. And imagine if you've already been at an MVP level and you still have room to improve. If you're Baltimore, you're hopeful, but at the same time, you're like, all right, we got to work on that. We got to figure out that one thing that is missing for you.
Oh, yeah.
My 40 Flip says, porn is free on the internet now. These QB risks are a lot stronger. That is a thesis, a theory.
This is a family show. Can you go?
Do you feel that Emmanuel in space is helping them?
Can we ban him?
Speaking
This
of
is
porn,
not
on the
behavior that we strive for here at the Because I'm Paulo show. And when trash like that is in our comments, I think it's up to us to to police it and to make sure that these people are no longer allowed to be a part of this great show. I almost threw up in my mouth a little bit.
I was going to say, finally, you admit it. You said out loud what you've been thinking all along. Finally, we get it.
I almost threw up in my mouth. I couldn't do it.
Sean says, have you seen a checklist for Upper Deck Series 1 of 24-25? Wondering who the chase cars in the series will be? I have not. I usually check out the checklist before we go into checking it out for AMG, but I haven't looked at it. Here you go. Robert says, Lamar is a rich man's Michael Vick. So we got both ends of it. We got a poor man's Michael Vick. We got a rich man's Michael Vick. We got opposite ends of the spectrum.
Well, Vic,
rich man, poor man. There we go.
I don't think Vic ever. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think he won an MVP.
I don't think he did either. Yeah,
and I don't think he was ever in a Super Bowl. Right?
He definitely. I don't think he won an MVP. I'll double check. I'll make sure we fact check that. But I don't believe he won an MVP.
No, I think Lamar is better than Michael Vick. I think Michael Vick was great for his time. He was doing things that we hadn't seen before.
Well, for Vic though, he was more of an innovator in that style. Like
Right.
he was. If you go further back, I want to say like Randall Cunningham.
Yeah.
So you got a guy who really started to build that up. Vic took it to another level to that, and Lamar is like elevating it from that point. Like
Right.
they're building off of each other as
Exactly.
you go forward.
So I mean, he was great during his time because you'd never seen anything like that before at that level. And but this kid's better. There's no question.
Yeah. So here's what I've got. So Vic was. I'll double check. I don't think he ever got to your point. I don't think he ever got to any Super Bowls. I think the best he did was 4th in MVP voting in his second year, which is pretty good. Still pretty good. Your top 5 MVP voting.
No, hey, absolutely. I mean, the guy was a talent.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. In 04, he was runner-up in MVP voting.
Well, like he was a very good talent. Unfortunately, he was a very sick son of a bitch, and he never should have been allowed to come back to the league.
Yeah, he lost in the 04 MVP to Peyton. So Peyton had himself. That was a 49 touchdown season. Pretty strong for Peyton. Makes sense.
He's a giant piece of crap, is what he is.
Eric is a big fan.
No.
John here says, Eric, I'm heading to Boston.
Tomorrow, I'd laugh.
See, Eric is liking buses. People getting run over by buses. Man of peace. Sean says, Eric, I'm heading to Boston. End of October. Name one must thing I need to do or see in that city besides going to Bruins game. You need to go by Bougie Eric's Emporium. You need to go by the Rolling Truck Museum. It's coming in from Manila. End of October. That should be perfect time. The truck will be rolling in for maintenance, and Eric will be there holding court, listing off all the hockey players he claims to know.
Or where is the best lobster roll?
Ooh, no, go to the North End and take in the culture and the and get some of the best Italian food you can have this side of Italy.
Italian? What is this? It's Irish. Come on. Where's the lobster rolls?
No, you go to the Irish parts of town, you probably get shot. You go to
I was thinking you were going to tell him to go to Salem and burn witches.
We could do that. Sandwiches.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, boy. No, go to the North End and have yourself a fun experience with the food and the culture that goes on there. If you can go during a feast time and see the parades and all that, it's something to behold. That's for sure.
Well, I saw a show that says the 5 top places to get in Boston to get a lobster roll. So I got to hit 1 or 2 of those.
Okay.
There you go. I like it. So Bob was saying, so they got the Olive Garden there. Cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go. Enough said.
Done. Okay.
Never ending salad. Enjoy.
So look, so you see, Eric is a local, and even is. So look, if you want to be touristy, they got a bunch of stuff. What I would recommend is if you can get a half decent tour. There's a bunch that are there now. This has been a long time, but there were a bunch of decent tours that'll actually take you to some of the different spots and give you a little background on some of them. Because look, is for America, it's got a lot of history. So if you're interested, like there's plenty of stuff there that happened, and you can go visit some of the different places in it. And again, have a little bit of fun with it, because even the guy that we were with at the time had some good stories about what was going on at MIT. Some of the stories about some of the stuff that had gone on there, some of the hijinks that some of the students had. So there's plenty of stories to share.
With the cars.
Yep, exactly.
They built the cars in the dean's office or put them on the roof of the building and all that. Yeah,
exactly. So, but that it's nice to have that as part of the tour, because then they can give you a little story, a little background as you go in, and you can visit a lot of the stuff, the Boston Common, and go visit a lot of this if you're interested. If that's the kind of thing you wanted, there's plenty of things there. Or you could go throw some tea, go through some tea in the river, in the lake.
If you want, there's walking tours, there's self-guided tours on the Freedom Trail, and you can always take the duck boat tours. So if you're really into history and you want to do the tourist thing, there's many different things that are happening in Boston that will, show you the history of not only the city but the whole country. So it's pretty interesting, yeah. But if you want to just, go chill out somewhere, go pick any restaurant in the North End.
I think we're saying if you want to chill out somewhere, Eric will give you his address. You can come by. Make sure you bring beer, bring a Guinness, and Eric will show you a good time.
Yep.
Well, after one, I'm hammered, so.
3D80's kid, good evening to you. Randall Cunningham was a superstar in Tactical Bowl. Exactly. There you go. Perfect. Go to Nova Scotia to get the best lobster. Well, they are beside the ocean, so it helps if you're in there. I think it's just kind of funny. And again, if you go during the right time of year, and now obviously end of October, you could go watch a hockey game. You could do a couple things. Go watch a basketball game. So if you're into that, you can do that. There's stuff there. Look, I can make fun of it, despite Eric ruining everything in Massachusetts. I enjoyed it. I was there twice, and we had a good time. We had some fun. Now that we know Eric, now we know it's ruined forever. It's tainted. Honestly, my family is now disowned the entire memory of the time we were there. So it's been a tough time. It's been a tough time. But the turnpike will live forever. Literally forever.
Yeah.
We were lucky we escaped it with our lives.
Yeah,
Yeah,
traffic is we have like I think in the latest study that came out, we have the worst traffic in the United States. So if anybody comes to Boston or even the Boston area, you have to plan ahead. You can't be like, hey, this is only it says here on Google that it's only 15 minutes away. No. That's an hour. That's an hour away.
Well, I thought
It
the
took
401 was bad here.
it took Phil an hour and a half to get from the north end to Saugus today. That is with no traffic. That's 20 minutes at the most. At the most, 20 minutes. And it was an hour and a half today because of traffic.
Saugus.
It's not good.
I see. Tough times.
Oh, he was rip shit.
Indeed. So I think we talked about a couple of those ones there. So I mentioned for some of the other folks that joined in, Ham obviously he hopes brings a turtle for his Buccaneers. I was curious if anybody else had any thoughts for their teams going into the NFL season. Obviously, since we got the games going on right now, I'm still watching. The Eagles, I think, are now up, so they scored a touchdown. So I'm observing. I got my eye on what's going on there. I tried to win an auction. It didn't work out for me. We'll see.
Yeah.
I did see one comment that Ham actually made that I thought was worthwhile. Here, football's product is fantastic. It's almost as good as hockey. There you go. Trying to pander. I see what you're doing. I will say, I'll stand by what I said during the podcast. I like the Topps composite football, but again, I understand what it is. I'm not trying to make it something that it isn't. I'm looking at some of the not so fella cards on there. Like I wouldn't mind getting a couple. Just saying. But the price will obviously be much lower, so I think that helps. So I think if you bear that in mind, it's okay.
That just reminds me, I forgot about that card that I showed you. I gotta go and dig that out
Vast
again.
negotiations.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That you just reminded me with the not swell feller and all. I'm like, oh yeah, I got to look into that. Okay, Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So like everything else, price is the key though, because even though I think the cards look pretty good, and that's what I was talking about on the podcast, I'm not going to pay top dollar for them. I'm not going to pay an equivalent amount to a licensed version of the same thing. I'm going to adjust my price accordingly. I'm going to be like, no, scale it down. But if you want to give me a good deal, yeah, sure. Why not? Have some fun with it. And I think that's the key. That kind of there was a reason I played it into that conversation that I did with the music thing. I said, I think people robbed their ability to enjoy this other thing because they were so fixated. Well, in the unlicensed thing, it's the same problem. If you're so fixated on it has to be licensed, and I can't enjoy it if it's not licensed, well, then you kind of take away your ability to enjoy the other thing, even if sometimes they do a half-decent job. But again, just adjust the price accordingly. Make it more affordable for yourself. If the price is okay, then it's okay. If the price is too high, then you ignore it because obviously it's not as desirable. That's okay. That's fine too. But you gotta find ways to make your enjoyment work. Ham says Topps composite is a fun product. Yep, he ripped. I think you ripped a box of that if memory serves me, Ham. So as long as you enjoyed it, as long as you feel like you got good value for the box you opened, that's fine. This is what we're all shooting for anyway, right? So there's lots of boxes where you don't get anything resembling value out of it. So if you can get what feels like half decent value out of it, I feel like that's a win. So good job by them, at least in terms of that. Obviously, people will be looking forward and waiting. And we already talked about it. Like I laughed because a couple of folks were talking about a couple of the rookies and everything. It's like we already talked about the Joe Montana, still not licensed. It's still fun for me. Again, quirks of history. If you actually go down the rabbit hole of looking into it, you'll discover it's like people were more fast and loose. People didn't care quite as much as you guys think. Again, for football, it was a decade. It was a decade where they didn't give a crap. And they still collect the cards today. So,
yep.
I guess there's still some value in them under the right circumstances, I suppose. So I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, I'll leave it open-ended for anybody if there's anything in the chat that you guys want to chat about. Otherwise, I've got a couple of things that we can touch on. I'll see if I can pull up a couple of the things that I had. By the way, a quick update. We did talk about, thanks to Eric's friend there. I want to make sure I get his name and everything in there.
Jeff.
We did get an update. Sorry?
Was it Jeff?
Jeff? Yeah, Jeff. Yep. So thanks to Jeff from last live stream. We did get the update that it was 1.7 million is what the Will Chamberlain sold for. So pretty penny, pretty strong, I would say. Not too bad. And
It's
we're still waiting on the
interesting,
one. Go ahead, Bob.
I was listening to Dr. James Beckett.
Ooh.
I was listening to his podcast. He had a few people on talking about the Star Jordan It was very.
Yes.
It was probably one of the most. Oh, I don't know even how to say this. It was probably one of the best interviews I've ever heard. Where it's the first time I heard Jim really define or defend the choices of the '84 Jordan not being the rookie card. He had a couple people on. It's very much as Jeff had said on the show. He believes that it's the rookie card, and Jordan is the Fleer is the third year card. I think that is really a transgression of the society of what we're being led to believe. Of what people have seen in the most recent years, and actually. Jim did an amazing job defending it. I have to really give him credit because I listened to his podcast. It was kind of a revelation that I didn't expect, and he put it very clearly, and it was really well done. And you don't usually hear that much in the hobby, and I have to give him credit for that. That's about it. That's about all I'm going to say. But
There you go.
it is interesting how this Jordan, the star. And he gave the basic rundown of the whole company and what they did and how they worked and what was going on. And it was so well done that we're seeing that these companies or people are trying to push this card too hard, and people are believing what they hear on, I guess, podcasts, and it's popular belief more than it is of actuality. Sure. And he quashed a lot of that, and I thought that was really good, in a great way too. Not even just a condescending way or anything else. He was very official with what he said, so I did appreciate that, and I like to see that because a lot of people want to change the narrative of what things are going forward when what they are of the past is really what they were. I know Jeff said he's looking forward to getting one before it gets too expensive. Well, you had like 50 years, 40 years prior to getting one.
It was a lot of time. Yeah. I think the time to do it would have been sometime around the time that as soon as PSA stopped grading them and Beckett was the only one that would touch them, it left you a window there.
Because even a window even a couple of years ago.
Sure, no, but I'm saying but that would have been like almost the ideal time because at that moment there was a bit of murkiness about it. So if you could get a copy that you were comfortable was good, you probably could have picked and chosen from some examples.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah. You have to be careful. Like I'm not saying just jump into the pool, but if you look carefully and are able to, that was an opportunity, and the price would have been a fraction of a fraction. It would have been very, very reasonable.
Well, what's the estimate? 1.7 million for the next for the 9 that's coming up, and I'm sitting here going, "Oh my God, here we go again."
Yeah, it's gotten wacky with the pricing. It's gotten very wacky.
It is, and that's really influence. And I've heard this too last time is Bitcoin. It's really about nothing. So going forward, you have to have something.
So I want to share this because this will be a link that I'll include in the description for you guys.
Sure.
So there was the one that Beckett did on his podcast, which was excerpts of a conversation.
Okay.
This is on one of the guys that was in that conversation. I think this was maybe part of the same discussion or maybe a separate piece, but it's the same people, including Victor as well. So they were actually having a debate and discussion over this. Here is the hour and 15-minute cut. So this one allows you to kind of listen through the ciphers. Now, you can also kind of listen to old Jimbo get kind of frustrated as the other guys kind of gang up on him and try to go through. It's actually kind of fun to watch. And then Victor, of course, chimes in as well. So it's kind of funny. But I'll leave this link in the description for you guys so you can check it out. Listen to it. It's an interesting conversation throughout. You'll get a lot of different perspectives. And, Beckett will give some context. He goes, and he pushes back a bunch of times. He goes, no, I had a conversation with all these people and we're putting this together. And, the one guy is arguing that it's like, well, it's not about value, but then they go, so then what's the problem? It's like,
yeah, exactly. What is the problem after that, right?
Which is a valid counter. I thought it was a valid point. So it's like, so do you care about the value? Do you not care about the value? And there was in the course of this conversation, one specific point that he made. It was very quick. If you didn't listen fully, you would have missed it. He said that if you took away the rookie card designation from the 86 Fleer, it would hurt the price of the 86 Fleer. And I agree with that. Because the moment you do it, it's a third year Jordan. It basically, the star is not affected by this one way or the other. The star is fine where it is. It's still doing well. It's obviously gotten a resurgence because of the attention these guys are bringing to it. But the 86 Fleer Jordan would be it would be like pricking a balloon, and it would be like pricking the side of the balloon.
Yep.
The air would suddenly go out of the 86 Fleer if it's like, it's a third year Jordan.
Yes, exactly.
What?
Yeah.
It would immediately. So I will leave a link to that for you guys, and you are more than welcome to check it out. I think it's a worthwhile if you're interested. It's basically in a podcast format because like it's the guys talking. They're not showing anything on the screen, so you can just listen to it. And listen to the two different sides arguing. So you got a couple different people adding their piece to it. It's interesting. So I will make sure I include that for you, especially for folks on the replay. It'll be in the description for you.
Yeah, there's a 3 part on his own podcast. I don't think it's podcast; it's just an audio. And he really breaks it down with these guys. I think it's those 2 gentlemen too as well.
I think so.
And
Yeah.
he was very kind and nice, and everybody was respectful. But he was just hammering the facts down. And as much as they were kind of saying against it, they almost had to side with Jim Beckett because he was just being so forthright with what he was saying. And he knew what was going on at that time. He was there. He was in the game. Whereas these guys are kind of coming after the fact, trying to push the Jordan, the Star Jordan, to be something that it's really made, maybe that it's not. And we have to watch that because that happened with the Babe Ruth and REA, the auction with the rookie card for the Baltimore News. And that's the thing that you really have to watch with this hobby is that we do have some safeguards there that we can defend through fact and information that things aren't what they always seem to be advertised to be. And we have to watch where the money game plays going forward.
I think that's fair. Bob was saying Dr. Beckett is the architect of the sports card matrix. Love the reference. It was an interesting discussion. I enjoyed hearing all their perspectives. Very true name.
Yeah.
Ham says agreed.
Nobody cares what your opinion is. I don't
Eric
care.
Does not care more. Eric
I
literally
don't
waxed
care
poetic
if you
about
found
how
it
much he wanted.
interesting. Go
We all
away.
love name, and he just had a birthday. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Stupid.
Anyway, Ham says agreed, but it's changing. He has multiple pods videos now in the Star Jordan. The market is speaking, and they don't care. Yeah. Check that one out. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There you go. Bob Boozle. Son, 86 figures, a 3rd-year card. Clark Kent is Superman, and the mailman is your father.
Oh, I knew it. Yeah, mailman.
Look, at least Bob Boozle was nice enough to clear up the confusion because it could have been the milkman.
Oh, true enough.
Yeah.
Mine was actually the mailman.
There you go. But we don't want to deal with that milkman. He's a ne'er-do-well.
No, he's the
Mm-hmm.
He's
Yeah,
the
you
starting
gotta
guy. You got to stay away from.
Ham here previously said, did anyone notice CJ Stroud's auto change halfway through the Topps composite product? Unless Luca's mom started signing it. I think his autograph has started to change. Dak, allegedly, somewhere, pulled a Stroud auto, and his auto looks very different than the one that did a little earlier. So, and that was in a product directly released from Topps, brand new high-end product they included in their box set for him. And yeah, apparently I think he's gotten tired. I think he's like, all right, screw it.
It's really kind of funny you're talking about that. I just went and sold 160 cards that I had that were autographed. I was going to bring them to the show, but then I just don't want people picking through them and whatever. So I just said, okay, I'm going to throw the lot out at $250 and see what happens. So I threw it out and finally I got an offer. And I said, okay, that's good enough. Take it forward. But I did go through the autographs because just to double check. And it is amazing when you look at these are personally signed. They're not autographed cards. They are per se after, market or what have you.
Yeah, aftermarket. Yeah.
And I'm looking at the autographs, even of the on-card autographs. I'm sitting there going, look at the variations. And then you can see this one, the ones that I had. And I went, yeah, it's right there. It's like kind of in between this year and this year that he kind of, and they get sloppy. They're inconsistent. Some guys are bang on, but other guys are just like, ooh, like, when did they add the 86 on the end or something? It's just like, wow, it's all over the board. Man, that's a tough business to be in, authenticating autographs because it does vary quite a bit.
Well, yeah, we were having a chat about that the other day, and it was and what I said, the analogy I use, and we've talked about this before, but I'll just quickly reiterate. I use the analogy, and I challenge folks, even those of you who can still write cursive, heaven forbid, those of you who still can. But I said, like, if someone wants to see, like, but I challenge folks, is like, if you want to see for yourself how difficult that game is to be in, like, just grab a piece of paper and sign your name 50 times.
Yes.
And take a look. And
some people are good though, but
I'm saying, but even the ones who are consistent, I will tell you, Carlos Sr., and I've never been able to figure it out. Carlos Sr.'s signature is a C and a squiggle. but it's not like, but it's like a multi-piece squiggle. Like there's a lot going. It's like a heart monitor going on. Like there's a lot going on. But here's the thing: when I look at his signature, the man is approaching 70. It's a little shaky and everything, but he's still very good at hitting the C and the squiggle. And it looks like it did 10 years ago, and it looks like it did 15 years ago, and it looks like it did 20 years ago. But if he signs 50 times, you're still going to see variations in it.
Sure, of course.
As consistent as he is, and he's about as good with that C swiggle as I've seen anybody can do. And the reason why that one is always fun for me. So Eric, we talked about in the past when I sent a letter your way, I wrote a little note and I signed the bottom of the note. My dad and I have the exact same name. C Swiggle and I have the same name. Did I sign your thing C Swiggle?
Is yours C Swiggle?
You think I can remember that? How long ago was that?
Listen, you've met a bunch of rando hockey players that don't even exist. There was a day where you got an autograph from your hero.
You're my hero?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Listen, you're mostly listen. You worship a fake hockey player. I am 100% your hero.
Okay.
You and now, unless we count Dude Love. What you and Dude Love do in the privacy of your own thing is your own thing.
Here goes Dude Love again.
Yeah, you watching him, man. You and Dude Love watching Manual in Space. Like that's not a hero. That's a personal relationship. I don't want to get into that. That's not heroic.
All right, Dude Love. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just saying. Yeah.
Is that the contract with you and Dude Love?
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
So that is my signature, and it is not C Swiggle.
No, it's complete.
Yeah, it's complete.
It's a real
I write
autograph.
every letter.
Oh my gosh!
I write every letter.
I
write every
impressed.
letter. Yeah, I write every letter. And I'm not accustomed to writing anymore, basically, because now we type everything. But like in my world, you still did cursive then, and I write my whole name out.
Sure enough.
Every time.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is,
this drawer for this stupid ass show.
What?
I got a lot of crap.
That's the Bobbles family one.
Yeah, I got a lot of crap in this drawer related to this stupid freaking show. I hate Brad.
There you go.
Oh,
I got this.
Need them.
Yeah, to match the hat.
I got bauble stickers
And the mug.
You get the mug. Yeah, you got the mug.
You got the mug and the hat.
That's right.
I have the original Poopy Pony.
The
is that
triple OG, the triple OG
original?
Poopy Pony.
Yes.
That's the original. That's the printing plate.
That is
Nice.
Yes, that's gold. Mm-hmm.
Yep, amazing.
Call
We'll read
Gary
a couple
V.
of his
Let's get
comments
that in the next.
We'll see if we can get. Like we already talked about this. Eric will sell out to Gary V today.
In a second.
Ham says, does the mailman and milkman have any cards? Eric probably has both of them. Mailman bought into the Beanie Baby hype. He broke. Facts, Bob Boozle. Facts. He's got a lot of those signs. Ham, Karl Malone has cards. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Mailman. It's tough to continuously sign. I have multiple versions. Yep.
We all do.
Karl Malone's shoe card. Greatest game used of a mailman. There you go.
I have to give it to Gordie Howe. There's a few others.
He was good. He was pretty consistent.
Beliveau.
Yeah.
Very
I would say
consistent.
Beliveau is a level above. Gordy's good, but Beliveau is very good. Maurice Richard has a really good signature.
Yes, very.
Yeah, he had a really good one.
Bauer, pretty easy. Yep.
The reason I made that point with the thing, the reason I asked Eric to pull that up, I write out every letter of my name.
Yes.
I always give props to the athletes though who have to do it a trillion times, who will still write out all the letters of the name. That's more work.
You shouldn't give props. That's what they should do. I believe that's what they should do. This scribble now is, and I did see when I was going through those autographs, I forgot to mention that I did see the progression as it went later into their career, or even into the last 7 to 10 years, they lessened and lessened and lessened the name as it went on. And
I'm okay. Now I will say, I will give one exception to this. I'm okay with it if you've got maybe something more with flourish or artistic, where at least it looks interesting. If it looks interesting, you know what? I'm less concerned about that. If you can make it look interesting, and if you're consistent with it. Again, if you can develop that, then that's cool. I'm good with that. I certainly have no issue with that. But it's where it is a squiggle and it's sloppy and it's garbage and it's like, then that's not even fun. You basically take everything out of it.
Mitch Marner, when he first started signing, I went and seen him at the show we're going to actually. That was one of their first shows that they had for hockey, and Mitch Marner was there signing for $75. And I saw him do this MM, and it was just like, oh, that's bad. You're $75 for an MM. It was just horrible.
We're having Tim Thomas come in, and I already know his autograph sucks because it's really just too wise. Now, why can't you make 2 T's? I don't know. But if you look at a Tim Thomas autograph, it's all you see are these 2 big Y's. These players suck, man. I don't understand it. I all day at work, we are trying to match autographs, figure out what's what, because they're scribbles, they're
Yes.
one letter. I mean,
Going forward, it's going to be tough.
it's horrible.
Yeah.
Imagine an autograph baseball from today. Like you'd be going, okay, who's on?
Oh, the top of everything else, the baseball. I'll be honest, the baseball is a little awkward to sign too.
It is hard,
Like,
yeah.
it can be done, but you have to be comfortable holding the ball so that you can
actually
actually
do it. Hard enough.
Yes.
Jesus.
Em says, I feel players rarely take pride in their signature. Yes, I agree with that. I feel like they should have a quick auto and a professional, which would be acceptable. I think that's okay. I think if you have, but again, I want the quick auto to have some symmetry to it. Again, if you want to do a flourish, then do a flourish. Like, fine, yeah, it's fine. So let's see here. Carlisle says, how long before they have parallels where the athlete writes every letter out of the autograph? That'd be funny.
Ooh, yeah, those are the extra. Yeah, that's star money right there, brother.
Yeah. Well, listen, like I said, I gave Eric the quick auto. That's a quick auto. If I wanted to give the fancy one, then I got to go 4 names, and then that I'm gonna have to charge triple because it's gonna take me an hour. It's like 2 names is child's play. It's like I go Carlos Luis Alcázar Quintero.
Well, I had a hard time early on when I was signing Bobby Burrell because Robinson is really my, the name I've always with my mortgage and everything else was under. So, getting into the Burrell was actually a little bit different. I wasn't too used to doing that, and to going back and forth, you lose that flow in your head, and some of the Burrells kind of didn't turn out in the front of the book. So it's like, okay, here you go. It's like, thank God it's free, right?
maybe you got to start doing the double B. Maybe the double B.
No, I didn't want to shortcut it. I didn't want to do that.
Okay,
yeah.
All right.
I wanted to be full and fair. So
I was gonna say that the only time I've ever had to sign the 4 names was for the mortgage, and that because I was sitting there like, it was like, really? And they're like, no, you got to sign
4 names.
I have to sign if I do my legal name that's on the license and everything else.
You have to sign that. That's not your signature, though. I think it's the 4 names you have to print, but your signature is your signature, is it not?
Well, here's the thing. When I'm doing it in cursive.
Oh, there it is.
The signature is still going to come out all the way.
Eric, let's see. I'll tell you if it's a good one or bad one. Yeah, see, that one's a good one. You lucked out.
I lucked out. Yeah.
Yep.
I got that. I'm going to get that PSA authenticated.
Well, Eric, already you've shown 2 Hobby Goat autographs, 2 people that are in Victor's book. 2 signatures for people that are in that book.
I think I have signed about 1,000 books between all of the books. That's not bad.
Yep.
Some are better than others. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Some get screwed. It's like I don't want to take that book back and just okay. Let me do another one.
Yeah, the only people on this panel who can boast nearly that many signatures is Eric, and that's usually promissory notes to leave athletes alone.
Oh my God, that's right.
For the last, yes, Marcel, I'm sorry, I will leave you alone. Bougie Eric.
In grade 4,
that is only in Canada. Once he crosses the border, he's all mine.
We're going to see our North American trade agreement may get expanded. Mike says here, if the Star Jordan is going ballistic, what happens to the 84 just Jordan Star refractor reprint from 1916? So Bobbles brought this up. He was saying it half in jest and half because, well, shiny. But yeah, there is that version of it because you can get similar to the reprints that you got for Mays, Mantle for baseball and for Gretzky. You got that refractor versions and stuff. Mario Lemieux, a lot of those guys. Yeah. Jordan has that. Yeah, you got an 87 star refractor version. You can get one. So you can get a shiny version of it as well.
I think Brian Gray was on the what was the last show of the Sports Card Live, and he was saying you know, they say, "Are you collecting the Star Jordan?" Because he did start talk about it. He said, he goes, anybody who's not collecting the 86 star cards, 86, he goes, that's the next stuff to go pop. And I'm going, what are you promoting, Brian? Come on, shut up, please, Brian. You talk too fucking much. Sorry.
There you go. Oh, getting a little spicy, bro. I like it.
He has to be, because he talks to hear himself most of the time.
Yes, yeah, we know this. Yes,
yes.
That's what happens.
He starts
BG all the
chiming
time.
in like this. I'm not buying them, but anybody who's not, it's like, what's that mean?
Yeah,
really?
Well, look, he's the same guy. He's the same guy who goes to show. Look, Ham's got the right idea here. Brian has a stack. Yes, every time he talks about something, he's got like 50 in the closet, or 100.
And here's the thing: this guy was paid out so much freaking money, yet he's at a show buying cards and selling cards. Like, do you really need to do that? He's talking about, oh yeah, I bought that card for 190, sold it for 250. Oh, good for you. Okay, you can buy a new pair of sneakers. Good enough. Have a good day. Like, he makes no sense to me. Brian Gray is an entity that we haven't figured out yet.
Well, outside of the hobby, what would he do? Like,
Nothing.
if he didn't have this, what would he do?
He needs the hobby. He needs he needs that attention.
It's not even
because
about the money
nobody else
anymore, because he sold his company. He sold his company, so he made some money. He made money on that. So it's not about the money for him anymore. It's like, this is the play. Look, if he's here, he can be a hobby goat. If he's outside of there, he's BG, Brian Gray. Who's this dude? Who's this dude? Like, who's this guy?
It's just a billy goat. Yeah.
Yeah. So Ham, just you got the IG. Just send me a message, remind me, and I'll send you an address. But you gotta remind me. Otherwise, I won't remember from the live stream. You have to just shoot me a message and I'll send it to you.
I don't know if he has a stack or not, but whatever.
Well, look, whenever he brings up something like that, he's got copies sitting somewhere. Carlos says a retailer arranged a Freddie Freeman signing a few years ago, not in person. You sign up beforehand. Yeah, so it's one of those ones where you bring your stuff or whatever, and they get him signed, private signing, basically. One customer wanted Freddie's full name. Freddie actually practiced before signing the full name. Probably. Honestly, a lot of these guys probably don't sign their full name anymore.
No, they don't.
Especially if they've been around for a bit.
I would like to meet Gretzky again and get him to re-sign the stick, but in his old autograph. I don't want his new autograph.
Ooh.
So I'm looking forward to meeting him one day and asking him to do that for me. So, because I did meet him in 1979, so in his rookie year.
Fancy. Billy Joe says,
oh, easy, Mr. Whistle.
Yeah,
that was a man.
Listen, he was whistling like he was watching Emmanuel in Space with Dude Love. He was getting very excited.
Yes.
Billy Joe says, I'm trying to get a full name auto, middle name for my PC player. One exists, and I didn't pull the plug. We would have had the chance. If you've got somebody who wrote out the full version of it, yeah, that would be more obscure for a lot of these players, especially. A lot of them stopped trying to do that years ago.
But who's
but I still think they have it. Yeah. I think it's still in their head.
It's a valid question, Billy Joe. So for Eric's edification, who is the favorite player you were trying to get?
Yeah, I mean, you put this comment in there and you kind of leave us hanging. Who's the PC player that you're trying to get the full name of?
I don't know. I guess for me, PC, I would just say getting back to Gretzky and get him to re-sign that stick again. Because I wore it down. I used the stick because he wasn't famous since 80. 81, so it was in my corner of my room, and I just went, okay, well, we broke my stick in ball hockey, so I'm just going to go up and use it. And I wore down the autograph and broke the blade, and yeah, how stupid am I?
Why don't you just ask him for a whole new stick and a new auto?
No, because the stick, it was back then what we bought. My dad bought me 3 Christian sticks for $8 at that time, and he was in the it was a Can-Am tournament. I was down in Michigan there. And he was going to play Detroit that night, and he came over to see the Can-Am tournament, Canadian American, and I got him to sign the stick there. So I just want his pen autograph back on there.
Mm-hmm.
And he might do it for me. I got some connections, so
you could just lead with, "Hi, Wayne, I'm the bro. Sign this shit."
I could do that. I never thought about that.
Yeah, try. Why not? Go with it. Listen, if you go into, we know if you go into it with just the confidence, it works. It opens doors.
It does. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I think I could do
Velvet ropes part.
It doesn't intimidate me at all. So.
Oh no. Well, that's what I'm getting at. Eric's tried that a couple times, and he's only been arrested a few times.
Yeah,
Yeah,
only
yeah.
a few.
A few is okay.
Yeah. Him, you got to remember, you got to get the whole thing right. This is only a piece. This is the shortened version. We all know it's Thomas, Edward Patrick, Beavis Butthead.
Baby.
No, baby's your nickname for him.
Yeah.
Puppy
He can
monkey
join you
baby.
and Dude Love watching a manual in space, and you can call him baby.
That's right.
This picture is getting more awkward the longer we go.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
You two decide where you want.
I have an update on all the Tom Baby stuff.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let me read these last couple of comments here. Then we're gonna let you go for it. All right, Philly Joe. Before we make this picture more awkward, I try to keep my PC to myself. Don't want to mess with the market. Okay, fair enough. So he's hiding it from you, Eric.
Okay.
My Gretzky was a TTM, and the hologram got damaged in the mail in 1994. Shame to hear. Shame to hear. All right. What's your update on your favorite football player of all time?
So the items that, from what I was told today, by one of the owners, one of the owners of the items, is that they're going to go to Golden Auctions to be auctioned off.
Kenny!
The point of it is that
To get on the Golden Touch?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
The point of it is that they've been appraised at one number. They'll probably go for much less, and then that will be the court case. So, because remember, these were like Super Bowl footballs and his game used cleats, and it wasn't like just a card, a base card that was signed bad. I mean, these were very expensive items that were destroyed. So they're gonna go up on Golden, and when the numbers don't match up, that will be the basis of the case.
Wait, so you're going to base, just so we're on the same page, we're going to base this suit based on the discrepancy between the final sale price and the appraisal from Kenny.
Really?
No, they've been appraised by other people too, but
no, but people that work for Kenny.
Pretty much.
That's one of they have to be able to prove that these were once valued at one thing and now they are not worth that much anymore. Because
Eric, I'm with you on the general principle of this concept. Yeah. I am with you. I understand. But may I refer you back to the Golden Touch? I think the lint at the bottom of your chair has been appraised by Kenny at $150 million.
Maybe.
So I think it may not be. I think any defense lawyer worth their salt will be like, I give you my defense. What? The Golden Touch.
The Golden Touch.
And just start playing this. It's like, wait, so is like everything $100 million to you?
So it seems.
It's like you appraise everything at $100 million. Like, not everything is $100 million.
Who is doing these appraisals? I've been asked to do a few appraisals, and it's a difficult game, I'll tell you.
It can be, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because everybody says, well, I paid this, and I go, well, it's worth this. And they go,
well, I think one thing that is that's kind of important, and maybe you can give a little bit for a moment. We'll be serious here for a moment, and maybe you can give a little bit of a thought on this, Bobby. The whole thing with an appraisal is that at the end of the day, you can appraise it, but the appraisal has to be based on something. And if you have the expertise and you combine it with this thing, it helps. But you can't just come up with a number out of the air. If for appraisal to be any good, there has to be at least a universe in which there could be a buyer that could conceivably get to around that number. Otherwise, you're just making up a number for the sake of making up a number.
That's the problem. Is a lot of it is made up of a perception of what this value was compared to what this could be, and that's where I think a lot of appraisals go wrong. They think that, well, this is equal to this, so this should sell for this, even though none of this has come up prior to that. So it's up to the appraiser to really ratify the difference between what the actual sale price or what the potential value is. Now, going forward, do you have your name on the line? It doesn't really matter at that point because it's all speculation at that point. And does that really hold water? I guess so, in a certain way.
Yeah,
I have no
I
idea.
think one important, so it's not an appraisal, but I'll give an example. Like if you think about it, a lot of the auction houses, they'll put auction estimates on
Oh
things.
yes, I hate when they do that.
Yeah,
It's stupid. That's
yeah.
dumb.
But one rule they have about it, well, I won't say it's a rule, but it's something they generally follow very well, is that their goal in an auction estimate is not to try to nail it down to the penny. Their
No.
goal is to put a range that offers some room, because two bad things can happen. Either your appraisal is way off too low, in which
Yes.
case, well, then your appraisal is worthless. Or your appraisal is way too high, in which case it's also worthless because it just makes you look like you don't know what you're talking about. So you're trying to find a number where if an auctions is able to go a little above the range or on the upper end, as long as you can keep it in the range a good chunk of the time, that's actually good.
Yep.
Because then it feels like your appraisal is grounded in something, and it gives confidence to the buyer that, okay, these guys at least understand the market for this item a little bit, as opposed to just making up a number out of their ass.
You know, it's kind of funny when I look at certain things like a display box from the 50s or 60s or something like that, and they think, oh, the appraisal between $2,000 and $3,000. It's like it's 8 to 10, man. It's gonna go. They have no idea. It's knowing that little bit more, and that's why I don't think appraisals are really well done in certain things. That I think they can broadly cover uh, the whole auction, but they can only really itemize certain pieces that are really going to go between those ranges, because there's these oddball pieces that they should go for a lot more, and they if they lowball the range, then that'll actually bring down the price because people will be influenced by that, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's really sad, because I've seen some display boxes go for $15,000-$20,000 that were $2,000 to $3,000 approximate value, and I went, poof. I looked at it and went, oh, okay, I'll take it at 2, 3. I don't care, 4, because more than the appraisal or the appraiser, and
Now, here's
they
the
can't
thought.
know
Here's
every
kind of a
sport, though. That's the problem. I give
here's
them
kind of a question based on
that
what you
ballot.
just said, though.
Sure.
When somebody is going into one of those things, to your point, if they're being influenced by a number, an
Yes.
estimate like that offered,
Mhm.
that kind of leads me to a category that means to me that they don't really understand the category they're playing in.
True.
Like they don't have a comfort level with it,
No.
because then I'm basically making up a number. Now, I'll give you an example. I have sometimes in my collecting things, especially for the wrestling.
Mhm.
Oftentimes I'm the market maker in some of these items
True.
because
Yeah.
I am the interested party. So I have to decide what I think it's worth to me. I can't decide what it's worth to somebody else, because especially if I'm dealing with a seller directly, because then they've got their perception of what they think the price is. I've got my perception of what I feel like it should be. I know I'm a strong buyer in this niche category here. I'm willing to compete. I don't mind. Like, I've won auctions against other collectors for this, so I feel like I'm a strong buyer. So I have a pretty good sense of what the ceiling tends to be on this.
True.
But as a result, that's a data point I have, because I understand where I'm at. If somebody really wants to outbid me that badly, then by all means. But I'm paying.
Well, that's where the third party comes in. The third person down or the fourth person down. Those are the true values where they stand.
Yeah.
Because what you're willing to pay is really beyond the first and second person. It's the third person that actually is the sort of true medium value.
Yeah.
Is
Now,
where
here's where it
it's
gets
at.
interesting,
It
because
is.
this is something that's come up and something that I've observed. Because in the wrestling genre, one of the guys that does a lot of the media for it now talks about a lot of the WWE stuff in particular. They've run into a problem. So I'll give you guys the story, and then I'll kind of explain how it plays into it. So they've run into a problem where they've tried to do one of ones or some of the low end WWE stuff, lower numbered WWE stuff, and there's apparently a couple of buyers who have decided to kind of sabotage these auctions. They've decided they don't like that some of these have sold for good money. So basically they'll bid it up with 0 and 1 feedback people and basically shill it up, but obviously never pay. So, and because eBay's mechanisms can't really stop them.
No.
So basically he has now gone to the point of advocating for people to be like, don't put these in auctions, do them in buy it now best offers. Now,
Yeah.
the reason this is interesting, and the reason I'm bringing it up to Bobby's point, so I'm tying it all together, is it creates this weird dynamic in the market, because we're not really finding out what the real value is. Because now we've created this scenario where now the seller is locked into a certain range, because you can put a best offer thing, But okay, so now I'm a buyer. So I'll give you a silly number, a silly example. So you got a rock gold refractor or a rock gold prism or whatever. You know, the rock's extremely popular. You know, he's a star. Okay, and the guy has a $2,000 best offer. Is that good? Is that bad? Is that high? Is that low? I have no idea. so now, okay, you're a buyer. Let's say you got the money for that. You got $2,000. But is that appropriate? Is that what you should be paying? Or should you try to negotiate it to like half that or 2/3 or like, so now you're kind of having to make it up. So the seller has their vision of what this is. The buyer has their vision. So the cap in this case is 2,000. Great. So at least we've got a cap somewhere. But at the same time, it's like, should we be offering 1,000? Should we be offering 1,400? What should the seller be going for? Like, and because we don't actually have an auction to find out what it would have gotten up to, we have no idea what the next. So let's say you come up with 1,600. You two compromise at 1,600.
Sure.
Maybe that's reasonable. But maybe the next closest person would have topped out at 1,200.
Yeah.
You actually should have gone in
800.
for like 1,250. Yeah, whatever. Exactly. We'll never know what the real value was. We know what the sale was, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
No.
I don't know.
That's why I said the third or fourth person down is really your true, value at that point. Or, I guess happy value that you can say, yeah, should be worth about that. There's enough people out there that they would pay that, because the first and second person, you get a battle going on. You're talking thousands of difference in dollar value that can happen.
Yeah,
and
I think where it's become a challenge.
Third and fourth person are the voice of reason, so to speak, in a sense, where they go, well, I'm not willing to pay what those two dudes are paying, but hey, I'll go here. And then the fourth person will go, I'll go here. You can see that in the incrementals on eBay. You can see where the guys came in, and the top two guys go at it, but then the third guy and the fourth guy, that's where they really come in. Because if there's one or two guys for it, that's fine. If there's four guys, then it's a different, or four cards or whatever. You can sit there and go, okay, that's about healthy, average, high end.
I think where it gets tricky though is where you've got a market that's already very thin.
Yeah.
Because then maybe the fourth person is it. maybe that's the entirety of the bidders that are willing to play at all. So the problem is you don't have, if you don't let it play out, you will never know.
But you're
at the same time,
deep, and you're not too deep.
Yeah. But you're also hoping that if you do an auction, you're also hoping that the four bidders will all see it to be able to participate. Because otherwise, if you're stuck, if you got the wrong combination of the wrong two, you'll get a low price.
Sure.
But if you got a combination of the right two, you'll get a high price.
Fair enough.
And it's just hard to say. It's a lot of fact. But in this case, he's literally advocating on his platform for them to go the buy now best offer, which tends to push the price up.
It does. Yeah, always.
Now it is a little
unless you get a really rare item and you go open auction, that's the only other way. And that's where you see things go. But for the most part, we're all buying now. For the most part, we can basically hedge our bets on those.
Yeah, I think it is kind of fun though, because he is playing a dangerous game where he's slowly built up his platform now, and but he's like the advocate for this, and I'm sitting there like, it's a little self-serving, my dude, a little self-serving, Okay. So I'm kind of observing and listening. I'm enjoying it because he's playing at being, wrestling cards. Like you're talking about WWE cards. You're only talking about WWE cards. So I go, at this point, I might have to be the AEW advocate because it's going to be basically me. I'll be the counterbalance to this, because otherwise it's like, that's it. Otherwise it's just one guy, and he's just pushing for trying to get the prices higher and higher. He is a cheerleader. He's got the pom-poms ready to go. He's been very excited about the Panini era, and now that the Topps era is coming in, he's ordering new pom-poms. It's going to be very exciting.
I gotta take my pills. I'll be back.
Yeah. Josh said, are you talking about Gelman? I am. So Josh here said, just got caught up. Good evening, gentlemen, and Eric. P.S. Appreciated the visual shut up Josh tonight. My work here's done. Thank you, Josh.
I'm here to help. That's what I'm all about, Josh. I'm here to help.
Yep. Collect History says, good evening. I'm yet to watch an episode of The Golden. You're not missing much. It is good comedy. If you already have Netflix and you just want to watch it for some kicks, great. But don't order Netflix for that.
Now, I saw the first season, whatever, entertained me for a minute. I haven't seen the second season yet, but I will at some point.
Yeah, that's why my advocacy is, if you already have Netflix on anyway, it's fine. I actually consider the first season to be better than the second season, which is a shame because I felt like there was more they could have done, and I feel like in some ways they regressed. I actually wanted to see more Alex Gaimo because as a host, she's very good. But you actually de-emphasize Alex when I'm like, I don't really care about the rest of you guys as much. You're not that interesting. And Ken Golden certainly isn't that interesting. So I'm like, I understand it's called The Golden Touch, but you're not the star of the show. You're not that interesting. I would rather learn more about your staff. You know, tell me more about these people and show me the stuff and whatever. This is my suggestion. I would actually rather see more of the other people. I feel like they have personality. Allow them to have a personality because that's what's going to make us interested. Give them an opportunity to be characters on this show, and maybe we'll give a damn.
Reality shows like that, the successful ones have, you know, characters that you want to come back and see. That, you know, whether they're quirky, whether they're funny, whether they're exciting, whether there's drama, whatever it is. So if you want to get more, you know, views and be able to keep the series going, you better have something that, you know, somebody with a personality, you know, or is quirky or something that people are going to want to see. I mean, look at Duck Dynasty. The whole family are quirky people, and the thing was on for, you know, a freaking decade, and they made billions of dollars, you know, and they were selling duck calls.
As you do. Come on. As you do. I'm just keeping track here. Tonight's been a tough night for the auctions, Eric. Man, getting outbid on a bunch of these. Jeez.
Don't they know who you are? Knock that shit off.
Clearly not. I'm telling them. I'm going to start banning eBay until they fix things. CC says, good evening, gents. Eric, are those Brady auto items being auctioned off being authenticated by anyone/company? I assume Golden's going to be doing some of that.
When the next day after the incident happened where Baby ruined everything, they were brought to the store, and we had 2 Beckett authenticators out of like the 4 in store that day. And they looked at all of them and said, even though we know these are real, we're not touching them. And they refuse to authenticate them because they're so bad. So what has happened? I don't know if Golden is going to somehow get them authenticated. I don't know that. But the day after they were signed, Beckett said, we are not authenticating these. We know that they're real. We understand. We got pictures, video, whatever. We know it's real. We're not authenticating these. These are complete trash.
Tragic. So Josh was saying you're talking about Gelman. I said yes. Yeah, I actually enjoy some of his stuff only because it's interesting to get a different perspective on some of it. But it does get to be a little pom-pommy. Like, the reason I'm making fun of thing with the pom-poms is that, okay, there's enthusiasm for the product, which, by the way, Eric, I can appreciate it. But I think there's balanced enthusiasm. Look, I spent a lot of time chatting with the AEW thing and the product and everything, right? I like the product.
Right.
But I'm also critical of the product, and I'm critical of the releases dates, and I'm critical of mistakes that are made. I'm critical of opportunities that are being missed here. And I like the product. I can both like the product and still be critical of the product. And also, similar to the ComC thing of the years past, give some praise where I felt it was worthwhile on the other channel that I've got, the wrestling channel. I did a video talking about the checklist being there for the 2024 flagship. I went over the checklist. I literally looked through the checklist to find, and I found that they had added some characters that I thought it was a good idea for them to add. So you know what I did, Eric? I gave them praise. This was good. This is a good move. This is good. And one of the Upper Deck guys reached out and wanted some of my feedback and whatever, but he also appreciated that I appreciated the inclusions to the checklist. And I was like, I will give credit where it's deserved. And I saw some of the new images for the product now in hand at the distribution level, and looks good. Like some of the stuff looks really nice. I think the cards are going to look good. I actually don't like flagship. If I put a hierarchy of the different products they've released, flagship is actually near the bottom for me. I will actually do a power ranking when the new product comes out. I will actually do a video where I'll do a power ranking of all the releases they've ever had. And what you're going to discover is there's one at the bottom, and then there's 4 of them that are flagship. Now, they've gotten better every single year that they've released it. It is improved every year. And I will talk about that and talk about how it's improved. So again, critique and credit. You can do both of these things. If you're being fair, you can do both of these things. And then I'll talk about how every year they got a little bit better, which they have, in my opinion. They've gotten better every year. But my favorite products, and there's a spoiler, my top two is still Metal Universe, second from the top, and the Allure. I've spoken of Allure's praises, and I really like the way it came out. I like the cards. I like the way they look, all that stuff. So that's where I give the most credit to. Those are my two favorites, followed by the 4 flagships, and then I go through it, and I'll explain why all the way up and down the list. But I already know that this one, if it follows what it looks like, it should be an improvement over the third year, which was an improvement over the second year, which was an improvement over the inaugural year, which is good. That means every year it's getting just a little bit better. It's still not my favorite product because the cards still don't interest me as much as the other ones. But upcoming, hopefully, crossing my fingers, Black Diamond's supposed to come out. Now that could be entertaining. Look, I'm going to be honest. You want to know my prediction for Black Diamond?
Pain.
Yeah. I'm looking at the price point, Eric. Pain. So much pain. Running into the tree at full speed on your bicycle by your hip, pain.
Ooh, that's bad pain.
It's very bad pain, Eric. And we're going to do it. And I'm going to watch some breaks, and I'm going to watch some people do it dozens of times.
Ooh.
Over and over and over. I look forward to purchasing the singles. Now, I will be fair about this, to be fair. Thank you. I must maintain my streak. I have to find a way to open a box. But for that one, I'm opening a box. Like, one. Uno.
Yeah.
I can't do more than one. No way. So Philly Joe was saying Alex will be on Sports Card Radio this week. Yeah, they become BFFs. I know she was at the card show that they were at. So, yeah. Hey, smart for them. I appreciate it. Evening all and Eric. Thank you, Paul. This field is trash. Not like in the field in Brazil. Fair. So, new Friday night show idea. Eric Dynasty. Love it.
Okay, but I want to be Linda Evans.
Whatever you got to do, buddy. All right. Josh says Black Diamond could steal your bottom spot on your list. So here's the thing. I like where Josh's head is at on this. Look, I've already given you the order. And like I said, I'm still going to do the video because I'm going to break down why. The video is going to be the breaking down of the why. It's not enough just to list it off. The bottom is 2021 Spectrum. Spectrum of the 1,018,000 parallels with the same image. Over and over. That's the bottom.
Who does that?
Oh no, this is worse, Eric. I already said why this is worse. This is worse because they also did the memorabilia parallels with the same picture, and they did the autograph memorabilia version of the same picture. Yeah, that's all autographs. Keep going. You got a memorabilia one there?
Yeah, of course I do. Don't be ridiculous.
With the same picture.
Yes. Of course I do. Hold on.
No, Eric, I need it to be the same picture in the same crop.
It is the same picture.
I said in the same crop. I need the exact amount of the uniform to appear on both of those. No difference. The same amount of space must be dedicated to both images. Can't be 1 millimeter shorter. Got to be exactly the same over and over and over again.
Hold on. Oh, there you go. How about that?
That shrunk down. I said the same.
All right.
It's got to be the same size image.
It's all the same crap.
No, Eric, my point is that the one I'm talking about has the same size image. It's the same size. They literally just put a cutout in the middle of the picture to make it work. That was my point.
And then look how far back this goes. Here's, be a player. All right.
All right, hold on. While you're doing that, let me grab the box and I'll come right back.
So this is from 2013. Be a player before it went to Leaf, right? Dr. Brian Price is president of In the Game. Same picture. Exact same picture, headshot that came out this year. It's crazy. It just blows my mind that this company just same picture over and over again. It just
All right, so Eric, just so we're on the same page here. And I'm going to read a couple of the other comments here. I want to make sure we're
He's
on the
a
same page here.
dentist. He's not. He's Dr. Brian Price.
Yes. All right, Eric, stay with me on this.
I'm with
You're
you.
talking about the same picture, which is fine.
Yes.
Stick with me on this, okay? I'm going to show you something. All right, here we go. All right, so you got the base version. So this right here is one of the parallel of the base version. All right?
Yep.
Look at the picture. Look at the size of the picture on the card, okay?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's the dentist.
Yep.
Same picture, obviously, whatever. There's your autograph. You
Same.
didn't change a damn thing. You literally put the picture's the same size. All you did
It's
was put the
level
autograph
it
over the
again.
picture. There's the gold version, same.
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 Oh my
It's also
God.
the same size picture, Eric. Here's
It is?
here's the memorabilia version. You didn't change the picture size. It's the same picture.
Yep.
It's also the same size. There's another.
Oh my God.
But how about an autograph memorabilia? Same size
Special.
picture, Eric. We literally put it over the top of the same image.
Oh my God.
And here is the one out of 10 that is the same image, same size, same everything. All they did was stick a sticker on top and cut out.
Oh my
Eric,
God.
they didn't even shrink Brit to put her in the corner like your lemon M&Ms. Literally, it's the same image. You just put a cutout and a sticker on top.
Yeah.
So,
That is
Eric,
right.
that is another level higher.
Yeah, that sucks.
Wow.
That Eric is why this one gets bottom billing.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the very bottom of it. And by the way, you want? Here, I even got a printing plate. Boom.
Well, now that
Yannick, if you're good, raise it. If you're good. Is Yannick planning his next pitch for Eric?
Hey, Yannick.
now that you have
What's going on?
they won't be able to use that anymore.
But do you see my point? Like
Yeah.
so Eric, I understood your point. They literally just put a sticker on top and a cutout, but they took the image, literally the card.
Same.
They took the same stuff off the same assembly line and go like, we can use it for the exact same. Like, just cut out this piece and stick a sticker on top.
Basically, yeah.
So it would be like if we took your ones with your autograph on there and like, okay, I'm just gonna glue a piece of jersey on top of it. I'm not even gonna bother. Like, I'm just gonna glue a piece of jersey on top. That's basically what they did.
That's laziness.
Leaf at least cropped it into a smaller version of the image. So automatically they put in more effort, Eric, than what I just showed you.
I guess.
Nobody is beating that.
Well, Leaf is more betterer than Upper Deck.
At what they did, yes, they are. Eric, that's why it gets bottom billing. That is
Yeah.
why there is no other set that they have released that goes lower.
Bottom tier.
And by the way, that was $200 a pack for the privilege.
Oh,
It was also the most expensive product so far they've released.
They can suck a
200
bag
per pack, and you get like 5 or 6 cards per
No.
pack.
of- a whole bag.
Which one?
that's a
That was
lot of money.
that was the AW Spectrum cards that I just showed.
That's
Let me
crazy.
read a couple. So when Josh is saying Black Diamond can steal the bottom, you're like, impossible. It's borderline impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's pretty damn close to impossible. It's gonna be really hard.
Did anyone else notice that Yannick lost 40 pounds on his face?
I think so.
Just in the beard. Zach says, I missed the first
Yeah,
2
just the
hours
beard.
and then 10 likes. There you go. We got to pick it up.
You sexy bastard, you.
Look at that.
Mhm.
He just wants to be able to disguise himself when he comes by to drop off your mail. Speaking of pain, so I actually wanted to touch on this. Speaking of pain, ice looks painful this year. So yes, I saw breaks of ice also run into a tree full speed. No bueno.
Can you stop talking about that? It's giving me PTSD.
Full speed.
Oh,
So you guys,
Bad.
you know what the worst part is, to be honest with you, kind of playing into the theme of what I just showed there. That design for the new ice is very reminiscent of an older school ice, except the older one had acetate. So this one is the same general design, but cheaper. And I'm like, ice from McDonald's that was 99 cents a pack was acetate.
Mhm.
This is $200 a box, and we can't get acetate.
Well, those acetate from McDonald's were a little dark, I think.
Well, this case, Bobby, they're not acetate at all. So it's still
Yeah,
closer to it. It was also 99 cents a pack. I'm willing to be a lot more forgiving.
True. Yeah.
Yeah, for 99 cents a pack for a simple product that you're just giving away at McDonald's for some fries, as opposed to like $200 a box.
I found some of these packs not too long ago, and I opened them for fun, and everything was just glued together.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
that's
not good.
true.
Yeah, it's not good. So that's basically my point, is that I feel like they really dropped the ball on that. And look, again, we have Billy here, and we look, Eric's love affair notwithstanding, we do appreciate Billy, and we appreciate that he's willing to come in here and answer questions and stuff. Again, Eric appreciates it more than anybody else. But the bottom line is, the criticism, a lot of it is fair, because you go look at look. I'm looking at the brakes, and I'm like, okay, but don't come crying to me if people complain about it when I'm looking at these base cards. Ice used to be pretty much acetate fairly consistently. Like, it used to have a certain design to it. It's called ice.
Right.
Tell
If it's
Billy,
a low end product, it's a
this
low
is
end product. Then it can't be $200 a box. You can't call it you can't treat it like a low end product and then make it $200 a box.
Billy. This is not Gong Show.
That's true.
Ooh, man. Eric, I'm here for the Gong Show slander. By the way, they didn't come from me. Just Eric, let the record state, not for me, not for mine.
No, I mean,
Small
we're
reference
talking-
down here.
when it comes to Bobby, we got Atlanta, and we got Gong Show.
Carlos getting there.
I don't know. I think it's kind of.
Ooh. But yes, Josh, I agree. Ice looks painful. It's not been. I've watched some breaks. It's not looking good. Philly Joe says that to me is just laziness for being cheap. Yeah, it's again. Eric's point about the repetition is 100% true. The reason why I was arguing real hard that this is worse is that it was the same. They didn't change the cropping. They didn't put it in the corner. They changed nothing on the template. Nothing. Literally slap the sticker on the front for the autograph version, or put a cutout for the memorabilia version.
They did nothing.
Nothing. I was offended. Imagine my horror when that came out initially, Eric. And I'm sitting there like, that's $200 a pack.
No, bag of them delivered right to your front door, so you can suck them all.
And let me tell you, I got most of the stuff. Like, let me tell you, I got most of the stuff. I've completed basically that checklist. The only stuff that I'm basically missing is the one of ones. I know the first couple sold for a pretty penny, and they're somewhere. I don't have access to them, but they're somewhere. Maybe one day they'll make it available, and I'll take a shot at it just to complete it, because I'm basically done. But outside of that, my God, I'm done with that product. I'll speak of it in that video, and then hopefully never speak of it again.
$200 a pack.
Well, the Black Diamond is going to be 400. That's where I think it's going to be real interesting.
Oh, two bags.
Well, Eric. Again, I'm gonna remind, so everybody's on the same page. I opened 2 cases of Allure. I liked the Allure
And
product.
discount price.
Yeah, agreed, Bobby. But the point is, I opened 2 cases of the product, and even for the flagship ones, I've opened multiple boxes of all of those. I opened 2 boxes of Spectrum, and that was enough for me.
Yeah.
This one, 1 box. That's it. I'm gonna do my best to get as good prices as I can, but 1 box, because my God,
Gotcha.
It's not gonna work. It doesn't work for me, bro.
So by November, we'll see.
But by November, it's not gonna be released, Yannick.
Oh no, okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, they haven't even gotten the flagship got delayed by a week. It was supposed to be September 11th. It was supposed to come out next week, and Billy wasn't pushing the cart fast enough, so now we've had to push it back a week. And Steve from AMG is right now weeping. Steve is weeping, openly.
Weeping open.
Much sadness. Collect History says photo licensing is pricey. They can only afford the 1 image, maybe. Someone got a trim. That's right. Yeah, like trim the beard there. Vanilla Ice tops Upper Deck Ice. Yes, Vanilla Ice over Upper Deck Ice, no doubt. Go ahead, Bobby. You were about to say something?
No. I was just I forgot something. I wanted to bring it to show, so I'll go back in a minute.
There you go. Like it. There you go. Dr. Copernicus says, Eric, how about the 73 red and green? Phil Roberto, tops and O-Peachy Rainbow. I can die in peace now.
Nice. Yeah, I love that card.
Hashtag influencer. Look at you.
That's me.
Yep. But yeah, I'm hoping that's part of the reason why I was able to give praise to the newer to the new flagship, is that they've updated the images and they showed some examples of the real card and everything. Some of these images look pretty good. We're learning. We're evolving, thankfully. It's been slow, but we're evolving. We're slowly getting better at this. It's like, okay, good. But now we need to work on getting the product out within a reasonable period of time, so you're not waiting until the 9th month of the year to get the first one out.
Billy.
Push the cart faster. Faster.
I just don't understand. I guess I am surprised that Upper Deck has been around since, 89 or something. And here they are all these years later, gone through 2 card booms. The first one, I think they started. And how do they not have their own printing?
Well, they did in the past, but a lot of the companies gave that up. There's a point at which, like, look, if you go back old school, Topps had their printing. I think Score Fleer had their. It wasn't a shared facility thing. It wasn't like that back then. But that's why you think they were able to print 1 trillion of them. ProSet could not have printed that much and shared printing facility with everybody else. Could you imagine?
Yeah, right.
Back then, there's no way. It was a different era. Now the fortunate part was that obviously when the boom ended, a lot of those things closed down. I would wager. So Eric, my theory, and this is only a theory, my theory is that probably what happened after that last card boom, the previous one, is probably very similar to what happened to the vinyl printing facilities when it looked like vinyl was on its way out. Cassettes and CDs had taken over, vinyl was dropping year on year, and at a certain point, a bunch of these factories closed, like they weren't doing it anymore. Now, there's been a resurgence, obviously, but now it's the opposite problem. There's not enough vinyl printing facilities, so it's actually made it more expensive to do it because the expertise, the machines, everything that was related to it has now become harder to come by because it's closed. When they shut those down, a lot of the people that were working there are no longer available, or they're old, or they're gone.
Oh, yeah,
and they didn't train the next generation, but they didn't train the next generation either. Right. So it's like, okay, so now you're working with less machines, less qualified people to run them. So it's actually made it harder to get stuff out. It's the opposite problem. And I think that's kind of what happened with the cards. I think a bunch of these places closed down and then it got consolidated into these big facilities. But now, like, yeah, when you're looking at it, it's like, yeah, it's basically the same however many places that are printing your Upper Deck cards, your Panini cards, your Topps cards. Topps now has ownership of at least one of them. So the Fanatics overlords have started to take over their segment of it, but they're basically the only ones who actually have real control over a printing facility, whereas everybody else is sharing time.
And yeah, I just, well, we're going to keep running into these problems then, and they're not going to meet their deadlines, and they're going to keep disappointing their customers, and then people are going to,
I receive
walk away.
Go ahead, Yannick.
I received my annual phone call for my LCS today because I always get the phone call for the Topps complete set, annual complete set. So I guess it just came out this week or something. So that's the only Topps product / Fanatic basically that I'll still purchase. Did my yearly box set. That's it.
Yeah.
Was it 2022?
Like, to me, that's all I need. It's like $70 ish. Maybe now it's probably 70 plus tax, but so, but that's it. That's the only product I'm attracted to or even interested. And even that borderline, as long as it like stays the classic, I don't know if I would prefer like them to come with a different way, or a different, I don't know what else they can come up with. But that personally, I'm just saying that's the only product I'm still interested to chase yearly.
So I think what I'm hearing from Yannick, Eric, is I think he needs 2025 flagship to invoke 87 Topps.
Oh, of course he does.
Somewhere off in the distance, Paul is like, no.
I think
not
all
again.
baseball cards would look like that.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty rough in these streets, but I think it's created. I think it's become a real problem because of that very issue. And like I said, I am merely positing a theory. I do not have inside information on this, but it would make sense given what we've observed. I think when it comes to the printing facilities, I think it really comes down to who has the most. And you get to be at the front of the line, and the peasants get to be at the back of the line. Yeah, we'll print it. We've got a deal. We'll print it eventually. So, and that would jive with what you see.
You know, so you just said it's becoming to be a real problem. Is what you just said. Let me show you what is becoming a real problem. See that chair?
Oh, please.
You can't sit in it. Okay? That's what's becoming a real problem. I have furniture in my house I can't sit in.
Yannick, I've still got a ton of 91 Donruss. I can send it to Eric under your name.
Oh, that's nice.
Do it.
And then when Eric tries to send it to you, is like, when Eric tries to send it, I'll make sure it's clearly marked. And then when Eric tries to send it to you, you're like, I don't need that shit.
I'll give you my FedEx. I'll give you my FedEx number.
Please do. We'll just ship it down there. It's like all of a sudden Eric will be getting like pallets and pallets and pallets. It's like, what is like, this?
Beep, beep, beep.
I'm coming over, by the way, Eric, shortly in the next few weeks. Like I'll come pick it all up.
Mm-hmm.
You better, man. I want to be able to sit in my damn chair.
So I think what's going to be funny is going to be when you see the truck and you hear all the beeping and everything. It's like oh my God, that's not Carlos's 91 Donruss. No, that's 91. That's his 91 Donruss Eddie Murray cards. That's just the one. That's his copies of the one layer. The rest is coming there.
The Todd Van Poppel.
Where's this echo? Is this echo?
It's coming from Yannick. It's coming from Yannick.
Is it? Hang on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute him temporarily, and now you can see. Can you not hear the echo?
Yeah.
It's just a setting because we can hear ourselves, Yannick, in your thing. So I'll unmute you when you're ready. You let me know. You just nod for me. Okay. So Josh was saying, I wonder if AW Blast will make the Canada again if Billy pushes the card faster. Listen, I'm not asking much of Sici. I'm just asking him to push the cart with the quickness. Just give it a good push. Lead with your legs. Go. We need some drive. Think of how buff you'll be. Think of how far you'll be able to run. You'll be able to chase down your autograph victims. I mean, people you're getting autographs from. You'll be able to chase them down after you do that amazing work. It'll also build up your core. It's a full body workout, man.
He's way more of a stalker than I am. He's way more dangerous to these famous people than I'll ever be.
In fairness, they seem a lot happier to see him than people are to see you. We can do a little side-by-side comparison of some pictures. I don't know. It feels like they're a little bit less creeped out by him than people who will remain nameless, Eric.
That could be true. They really don't seem happy when I'm around. No, I just figured they were just all miserable people, but I've met like a couple of hundred, of these athletes, celebrities, and they can't all be miserable, can they?
It would seem to defy logic. Well, at least look on the upside, man. At least if maybe if you declare for the Church of Scientology, maybe the new lead singer of Linkin Park will be your friend. That's a deep cut from the beginning of the episode, folks. Those of you who have been watching, that is a reward for you. I'm not making any additional references.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I'm good.
She's a good singer.
I'm sure she is. Listen, I am sure that there are certain Linkin Park songs that I would recognize by ear right away, but I cannot name one. It's not a band that I was following or excited about when they came around. So, but I'm sure there's songs that go, oh yeah. But I could not name you one Linkin Park song. Gun to my head, I couldn't even begin to tell you.
Ooh, that'd be fun to try. That'd be kind of fun. It'd actually be kind of fun to see how many people in the chat could name off lyrics, let alone song names. Dr. Copernicus here is saying, what percentage of your collections is hockey cards? Ooh, I think that's fair. So Eric, obviously yours will be much higher than mine. I'm going to say hockey at this point. The Medano collection is pretty good in terms of number of cards. I'm still gonna say probably like 35-40%, maybe. That's like on the high side. Medano is the majority of it. But I've got enough other categories, the baseball cards, the sets, and also, the wrestling cards and stuff like that. It kind of mixes it up. I feel like 35% is maybe about right for me.
I would say mine is 97%. There are certain things that come my way that there's a Tom Selleck card. There's some 80 Celtics. Here's some stuff that Amanda sent me with, I don't really understand what they are, but they're kind of comic-y type stuff. Here's Richard Petty.
You guys still hear the echo?
Well, right now,
It's
the
all-
echo was when we were talking. So I think we're okay now. Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah, I don't hear myself anymore.
It's clean now.
Okay.
So I'd say 97% of my collection is hockey.
That's probably about right.
You mean
Jerry
90% of his Reggie Lemon?
Pretty
Yes.
much.
97% of the 97% is Reggie Lemon.
Amazing. Yannick, what percentage of your collection is hockey?
Oh,
That's the
like
question. Percentage.
10.
Over your whole collection, what overall is hockey specifically?
10%.
Yeah, I would think that yours would be even
Wow.
more skewed than mine. I still, like I said, Medano is actually what props it up.
Yeah.
Without the Medano collection, my list would be a lot low. My number would be a lot lower. But having 2,600 Medano cards kind of pushes that and keeps that number up.
What a loser.
So I think that's kind of where that works.
Mine is about 95% hockey, but
probably about right.
I do like rock and roll stuff.
There you go.
Actually, this is my new article that I just wrote for Hobby News Daily. It's about the sports sticks, which was baseball, football, and hockey. And they did these things called rock sticks, which are stickers. They're about, 3x3 stickers. So you have,
They look to be about the size of a coaster.
Yeah, basically. And then you have Jethro Tull, Ian Anderson.
Nice.
But you have all the big bands and all the big stars, which is kind of neat. And they also have Mickey Mantle. They also have Bill Esposito, Tony Esposito. They did a lot of different packs. They're kind of a different sticker that a lot of people really don't know about them. These rock sticks are extremely, extremely hard to find. The other sports-related ones aren't so bad. And I just bought some, and I was communicating with the guy. He goes, "Did you receive your stickers yet?" Because I bought 3 packs of the hockey for $14.99. It's like $75 each. I'm like, okay, I'll take them.
Nice.
Was that George Harrison first?
Yeah, that's George Harrison. There's 5 in each, and actually it tells you the stars that are. You got Lindsay Ronstadt, Roger Daltrey from Who, Ian Anderson, Jethro Tull, Chris Christopherson, and George Harrison. There's about 20 different stars in the pack.
Nice.
In 4 different
Chris
packs.
Christopherson, nice.
Yeah, and then you have Jethro Tull, which is one of my favorite of all of them. My brother introduced me to Jethro Tull back in 1970, 77, 78. He brought me a 8-track cassette 1-speaker thing, and then he gave me Jethro Tull Aqualung and
Love Aqualung.
And I just
Brick.
I would have never been exposed to it if I didn't have the 8-track, and so I always thank my brother for that. So
Sitting on a park bench, eyeing little girls with bad intent.
intense, yeah, I know.
Running down my nose. I mean, just lyrical genius.
I can imagine.
But he played a flute.
Yeah.
How many people play a flute?
Yeah.
Very few. So anyway,
I would agree. Very few.
Ron Burgundy does.
Yes, but he plays it not as good as Ian Anderson. So
that's true.
Yeah. Anyways, that's the rock star part of it.
Playing the flute and trying to look like a rock star badass type thing with the flute. That's the hard part.
Well, he did it pretty good. And the only other person that really did a flute was what's his name? Hocus Pocus. Hocus Pocus by Focus. They did that song. I can't even remember the name of it now. It's from the 60s. Anyways, he's the only other person I can really think of the flute. But a lot of people have taken to Jethro Tull and his songs, which is kind of neat. On reactions and stuff like that, Carlos.
Oh, I do. Yes.
It's a reinvention.
The reaction, look, Bobby, I was talking
Christine
about,
actually even went over one of those, right?
absolutely. But I think what's funny is the speaking of reactions, that whole, like I said, that whole Linkin Park thing that I talked about earlier tonight. As soon as they're like, "Oh my god, new music!" I notifications, pop-ups, like boom, 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 boom. It's like, yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like, oh my god, we have new stuff. Very excited. Very exciting.
It's hard to bring back rock and roll. I think, and Linkin Park was sort of the bridge between grunge and rock and roll and rap a little bit.
Yeah, they combined a couple of genres, which I think worked for them. I liked, like I said, for me, it's funny because I feel like a lot of bands fall in this category for me.
Yeah.
I like Linkin Park a lot, and I enjoyed a lot of their stuff. But I wasn't one of those, like, when Chester passed away, I heard about it, and then it's like, oh, that's a shame. That was like the extent of my feeling. Like, it was because for me, I could still enjoy the albums and the music and whatever. But but when that happened, like, I remember the people that were like into it, they're like devastated. Like, it was devastating. Like, and I understand. Like, they were very invested, and the music for the right person at the right time in the right situation, it would speak to them in a certain way where it's like, I get that.
It was very 2000, and like you guys were mentioned, like, can I name a title of a song? I couldn't tell you for my whole. No, if you asked me to name you a title, I couldn't. But what I remember of Linkin Park was
Jethro Tull, 1990.
Was my time basically
Grammy Award
then, because that was kind of like a soundtrack overseas there when we were going that way. So
yeah, for me, I actually, again, a lot of times when we talk about music, a lot of my memory on music will be tied to the videos because I have a good memory for the videos.
True.
In the End was the big one that I remember that really launched it
Probably
for
the
them.
best one of all.
That was a big one. Yeah, but I think they've got a bunch of really good ones that have managed to make it. Numb was very good.
Numb was very good. Yes.
Yeah, so that was like Hybrid Theory, going back because they just had the anniversaries. They just recently had some anniversaries for some of those albums. Mm-hmm. Hybrid Theory had an anniversary. That was a great album. Very good. And I remember the first couple of albums that they came out with, and I was like, this is really good. And I remember listening to it. Actually, that was one of the first ones that I actually bought on record. And I actually put it on and listened to it and spun the whole thing, and it sounded good.
We were kind of out of that rock and roll stage, and they kind of brought it back, which was nice.
And it was okay. And I think what was good was that they were willing to bring in those other components, because I think a lot of folks try to look back at like old school rock and roll. It's like, well, unfortunately, that era has passed. Well, I don't think you're going to be able. You can't get that.
Nickelback. You kind of had those a few bands.
Well, they became
I didn't enjoy the 2000s. Me personally,
Nickelback is fun for me because they became a meme and people were picking on them. And I was sitting there like, look, guys, I remember. This is the point I'm trying to get about me. They became a thing where it became popular for people to hate on them. And I was like, I remember. Look, their only crime was that stations overplayed How You Remind Me.
Understood.
And that had nothing to do with the band. The band is not sitting there demanding that they play their song every 5 minutes. And the problem is like, so you're punishing them for being popular.
And they were good.
I thought they did a good job. I thought I actually, now, is it the first thing I'm going to go listen to at first? No, but I had no issue with anything they were doing. I thought it was fine. I think it
was the last grasp of rock and roll that was kind of coming back. We were trying to get it back, but it never really came.
I think what was the problem is that, and this is what it came about with that whole Linkin Park discussion, is that with music, people tend to be either 0 or 100 on a lot of things. There's like no room for nuance. I can sit here and be like, I thought Nickelback had a lot of really good songs. I enjoyed them, and I can listen to them, and they're good. Are they the first thing I run to? Like, no. But do I have any moral objection to listen? No problem. None.
Okay.
But I don't have super strong feelings on a lot of music. If I genuinely don't like something, I'm not spending any time listening to it. So it doesn't bother me. So it's like, no, make your music, do whatever you want to do. Like, it's fine. If I don't like it, I'm not going to listen to it. If I like it, I will listen to it.
I think a lot of people came out of the rock and roll era, and then grunge came in and kind of quashed a little bit of that. And then any little sense of rock and roll after that, people were trying to grasp onto. And, sort of the hair band days kind of ended, and then it got into grunge, and then it went to a little weird place where it was in a speed wobble. It wasn't really rock and roll, but you would take, Linkin Park, you would take a few other bands like that and kind of go, okay, yeah, give me some more, Nickelback, whatever. And it just never really came. And so you appreciate those bands like Smashing Pumpkins, another great band too.
And they recently came back with a new album too.
Yep.
A lot of these bands
Smashing
are coming back
Pumpkins?
with new albums. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, last
like,
year.
There's
I've
been
heard that.
there's a rash of comebacks
Well,
right now,
even
Bobby. We're in
this
the
year.
middle of a comeback era with a lot of these bands.
Oh, wow.
Oasis this week too, eh?
Well, no, hold on. I want to talk about Oasis.
Champagne
here.
Supernova.
I know. I think we're going to
Yeah.
talk about the same thing. Yeah.
All right, hold on. So guys, I want to be. By the way, we're talking about music because right now you guys haven't had any.
I got
topics of
another
conversation.
topic too before
Blame
Carlos
me.
you go too far and just
All right,
just
go hit me
just
with it.
a side note there today.
Hit me
The
with
last couple of days, I've been unloading old hard drives, and basically, I got a whole bunch of playlists and MP3s, right?
it. Ooh, classic. Okay.
So my
How many of
question-
them were legally downloaded, Yannick?
Oh, they were totally like
LimeWire, Napster. What are you doing?
Everything, man, in between. Like. But my question was, what do you guys use? Let's say, if you're off the grid and you don't have no Spotify or no nothing like that, how would you listen to your music? Like you get the old CD player out, or no, like I'm talking like you're off the grid. You don't have your Spotify, you don't have anything. Like how would you enter music?
I got stuff downloaded to my phone.
Van Halen downloaded. Yep.
Yeah, you could 100% download it to your
Unchained.
phone. Yeah, for sure.
That'll
That's my
Um,
plan. I'm getting an old iPod, basically the big one, and basically I'm just
so
load
Yannick,
crap on.
I was gonna say I saw some YouTube videos where people have gone and bought iPod classics.
Yeah.
And they've even upgraded components because there's some components you can actually upgrade to bring it up to spec and everything. Even I think some of them you can even upgrade the hard drive and stuff and get a little more space if you want.
Because in my van, the way that I travel, a lot of time I'm off the grid completely. So basically, if you don't have, you got nothing. So that's my way, kind of like, and I right now too, I'm actually taking old DVDs. I'm ripping them on basically a thumb drive. You can watch all the old classic.
Well, listen, man, look, the reality of it is this. I loved the old iPods, and if they were still viable the way they once were, I would still be 100% using them. But look, it's gotten bad because, and I'll be honest, and this is kind of a separate discussion. When it comes to a lot of the music, I've gone into the lazy age. I like being able to do Spotify playlists and stuff like that. It's just handy for me. Yeah. And I do love the discovery side of it. I do think they do a good job finding me bands and songs and things that fit my genre because I've tuned my Spotify so well that when they make certain playlists, this is actually, I would totally listen to this. Yeah, this is good. And then I'll pick up on some of these other bands and things. But the iPhone is still technically an iPod, so for that it works. But no, if you get an iPod Classic, you can get one with good capacity. You can put some songs on it. That would totally work. There's some good though. I've played around with a few. There's some good MP3 like standalone players that have some really cool features and stuff that are outside of the Apple ecosystem, and they're pretty cool. Like if you want to go in that direction, but obviously an iPod Classic will work. Totally, it'll work. You just have to be able to load the songs.
It's just something I came across the last couple of days, and I was thinking about that. Everything. Yeah,
I have a drawer with like 4 or 5 iPod Nanos in it.
I would 100% still listen. I love my old Nano. I would still 100%
put it
my
on
oldest Nano. I actually had it in an alarm clock. I had an alarm clock that had like a dock on it, and I would use it for an alarm clock. I still have it, but it's like one that was like a rectangle. It's like a smaller size. It was a good form factor for what it was, and it still had the scroll wheel. And I was like, this thing's cool. I love this thing.
Okay, I'm expecting them, Eric, on that chair behind you.
Well, you can have one. I really don't care.
I don't know if it would even work for you. That's kind of the tricky part with it.
Probably not. Who knows?
Why? All you got to charge it. There's music. I mean, for me, there's music in them already. But I guess you haven't figured out how to download music currently to them, I guess. But
so that's the trick behind it.
That's all old stuff. Back when you were just downloading free anything.
I can't even pretend that's at a certain point in the anecdote. That's not even a music library. It's not. Like it's
No.
it's like it's a collection of like you have 5,000 MP3 files. It's like
That's it.
that's not a lie. It's like how do you even listen to that?
No.
You're reminding me right now of classic Winamp days,
That's
and you
it.
just hit shuffle. It's like it could take days for me to hear a song a second time. Days.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. All right, let's. By the way, folks in the chat, happy to talk about anything you like, but right now we're talking music because now we're down this rabbit hole and we can go for a bit, but. Feel free, let us know if there's something we want to touch on. There's no particular newsy topics. There just
Blame
isn't
me.
anything special. Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I blame Bobby. Okay, can we talk about Oasis? All right, over under on how long it's going to take them to like light each other on fire. I want this. Yeah, Eric, I want this in my life.
2 songs.
Yeah.
Yes, I need the Gallagher brothers in Thunderdome. Let's go. By the way,
They-
I would not pay a dime for tickets because this could end so quickly, and it's such. Now it would be funny. But it would be expensive. These tickets are expensive. These tickets are not cheap.
They're not-
I want this shit live stream though. I want this shit live stream so I can watch it.
I was never a fan anyway, so
Champagne Supernova? Come on.
I was more of a
I-
fan of their antics than their music.
So Bobby, you'll appreciate this. There are a couple different music. There in Twitch, there's a whole category of musicians that'll play songs and stuff. I follow a few of them, and occasionally I'll tune in and watch. A bunch of them take requests. There's one of these ladies who does a nice cover of Champagne Supernova. I always ask for Champagne Supernova, and she does a good job. Like she does a good job for what she's doing with it. So I appreciate it. But no, I like it. I even listened to the Disastrous album. I was like, yep, Be Here Now. It's like, yeah, they're definitely high on coke. They're definitely high on cocaine when they did this.
Oh, for sure.
100%. You can tell. Every single note of this says high on cocaine, higher than high. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
And I like it. I like it and I appreciate it.
Hook us and blow, baby.
Mhm.
It works, buddy. It works. I'm just excited. Sahara Hot Nights is back doing something. There you go. At what point do you call it quits on completing a set? Ooh, I like. Oh, we got a legitimate question. Hang on. We got a legitimate question. Average Joe Carpenter.
Oh,
Good evening.
here we go.
At what point do you call it quits on completing a set? I'm in this dilemma right now. I'm at 81 of 87 autos, but the last 6 are over 1K. Ooh, that's tough. That's tough. You're down to the last 6. Okay, so I can actually speak to this a little bit, not to the same degree as you, because over 1K is serious money. Okay, I've talked about it in the past. So I'll refresh everybody.
Not in the hobby for videos. It's not.
2018, Topps Chrome UFC. I've shared in the past on the channel. There's videos where I've shared. I was working on a set of the autographs for that. I am down to the last 2 technically, 1 realistically. Because one of them, Mark Hunt, I'm now convinced at this point doesn't exist. It's still on the checklist. I have never seen a single copy available for sale at any price. So I'm convinced at this point it never actually got released. I think it was a redemption.
Is it on?
And I don't think it ever got. I don't think it ever. It's on the checklist, but I've only seen a redemption. I have never seen the card itself actually signed in existence, as far as I'm aware. So, by the way, if someone's got one, please direct me. I would love to see it. To start, I want to see it because I haven't seen it. The second one is Sean O'Malley. Now, Sean O'Malley became a little bit of a star in the UFC, and as far as I'm aware, he's still a star. I haven't keeping up on UFC much lately. That is like a $300, $400, $500 card. As far as I'm concerned, that's the last card I need to complete the set. I will get it at some point because I'm on the last one. I'm so close.
Sure.
So I'll finish it. But I still feel a little awkward paying $300 or $400. I got Amanda Nunes. Like there's Hall of Famers all over that. All over that set. There's Hall of Famers, and most of them I picked up like sub $50.
Really?
I got them pretty cheap. Yeah. And it's all on card. They're all on card autos. It's like they're nice. I got the Iceman, Chuck Liddell. Like I got George St. Pierre. Like I got a bunch of the good names,
Wow.
and I got a bunch of them cheap. And I built the set, and it's a beautiful set. So I kind of want to finish it because I'm on the last card. Really, the Mark Hunt. If by some miracle of God one exists somewhere, I would love to get it. But whatever, fine. It might not though. It might not exist. It's on the checklist technically. Sean O'Malley's the last one. If I go on eBay and I'm willing to spend about $500, I can probably get my hands on one.
Yeah.
I haven't been in a hurry to spend that, but I will at some point, and I'll consider it complete at that point. So to touch on this, you're in a different situation. You're down 6, And you're saying the last 6 are all over. So you're talking about a $6,000 investment.
At least.
So I guess my question to you, so answer your question is, in my situation, I'm too close not to finish. Like I'll throw the money down at some point just to get it done. I guess my question is, did you know that the last 6 were going to run you like that and left them to the end? Because that's rough. Or did they become that price? Because I actually, and this was a mistake, I didn't realize at the time, I actually could have bought the Sean O'Malley for about $60. And I didn't end up doing it. In retrospect, I already be done sad if I had done that. That was a mistake on my part. That was a misstep. But I didn't realize it at the time. So was it a case that it just rose to price to that point, or was it like that before? That could be kind of my question.
Yeah, that is a good question, because I was kind of thinking the exact same thing. I would always look to see what the highest price cards are in a set that I may start, and side, is that will that ever be in my wheelhouse? And sometimes I'm like, no, I can't do that. Other times you go, yep, okay, but a lot of times you start with the more expensive ones.
Yes.
Like somehow you collected those, they got in your collection, and you go, hey, I already have this one out of the way.
Might as well.
This is the $300 one, right? Everything else is cheaper. And then you kind of work your way down.
Yeah.
I have never started at the $10 cards and worked my way up to the $3,000. I don't have that kind of coin. So, I always start off with the bigger cards, and if I can afford those, get those out of the way, and then work my way down.
At this point, that has to be the strategy. So that's because it's too hard to work backwards now. You got to start again. If I'm going to do a set for me now, it has to be a more streamlined set. It has to be a smaller set. But if I'm going to do it, I am going to target. So I've talked about the 53 Bowman color set that I'm working on. I already got all the big cards. The remaining ones are smaller by magnitudes relative to the biggest cards. I've got all the big cards. So we're almost moving downhill. Like it's getting easier as we go along. At this point, honestly, if I just want to drop a couple $100, I could pretty much pick off half my checklist and be really quickly down to the end. So it's just a matter, I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm kind of grabbing a couple of cards at a time and a couple of cards at a time. I'm enjoying the process to conclusion. It's nice and casual to the finish. So there's no rush.
Part of the hobby, really. It's really about enjoying the process.
Yeah. So right now we're good. We got the big cards and we're out of the way. 53 Tops is one that I want to do eventually. I know that means I need the Jackie Robinson, I need the Satchel Paige, and I need the Willie Mays. The Willie Mays is the biggest card remaining because I've got the Mantle and I've got some of the other keys and some of the other big Hall of Famers. But the Willie Mays has not gotten cheaper. It has gotten more and more and more expensive. It is $1,000 plus card, and
especially just fast.
Yes. So I know that now. That means if I'm going to commit to it, whenever I do, the Willie Mays will probably be the next card I buy, just because I need to get that big one out of the way, and the Jackie Robinson, the Satchel Paige, and boom, I get those 3. It's almost like that. At that point, then we're downhill. I've got the Mantle, and I grab those 3. Those are 4 big cards, and that takes care of a lot of my business. Because then it's all right, pick off some of these, the high numbers, and grab some of these and take care of that. Doable. It is doable. It's not cheap, but it is doable. But that's why it's a project. I'm not worrying about finishing that this year or next year or in 5 years necessarily. But I need to get some of the big cards though, because otherwise in 5 years that may be even more expensive.
Yeah.
So I do need to target those earlier to get them. So Average Joe was giving us the additional context here. I'm in the same boat. Originally a few hundred, now they don't even pop up when they do 1K. So I got to be honest with you, man. That is tough. 6 cards at over a K.
I think
it sounds to me like, not even knowing what they are, it sounds to me like you're talking a non-sport. Are you talking about like a Lord of the Rings or something like that?
Whatever it is, it's that's sort of an investment at that point at 6K.
It is.
And
you're right.
You have to realize that, are you going to get that money out of it? It depends what level you're at in your life, or how much money you do have. Is 6K really going to affect your life that much? If so, don't collect it. If not, go for it. It's nice to accomplish something, and will you reap the benefits at the end of that is the question. And I think that that's the question you have to ask yourself: is it worth doing? Is it worth spending that kind of money on something to complete? And what kind of set is it? Is it like a vintage set? I can see that, because you're always going to stabilize your prices at, especially if the card's over 1K. It's really not going to go down. But in the newer stuff, it's a crapshoot, really.
Well, what I'm looking at, so just looking at what he put in his comments there, 87 autographs. That sounds to me like a non-sports set, because it's an unusual number of autographs.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
And you're talking stuff over 1K. I could see some of the more popular properties having certain autographs that hold that, because it's weird, because a lot of people think about it, it's like, well, why would it be? Because some of the folks in some of these expensive properties, that's why I just threw Lord of the Rings out as an example. But for some of this stuff, some of the actors or actresses don't sign a lot, or they just won't. Or they're not interested in signing for that kind of thing. So the amount autographed is actually fairly low relative to some other properties. So that would strike. So I just use that as an example, but I could see it being a non-sport thing. Otherwise, 87 cards is just a weird number.
Yeah.
So that's why it feels like it's just a guess. And Average Joe, feel free to share as much or as little as you like. So look, when it comes down to it, I agree with Bobby's point. It is 6,000 plus. That is quite an investment. That's almost like Eric Lekbed money. So it's pretty serious. It's pretty serious.
It's one of Eric's bikes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And he can't even use those. All he's got, all they're good for is the aerodynamics of crashing into a tree. The important thing though is that
it really hurts.
Yes, but it hurts you. It makes us
Dude,
laugh, so it's fine.
You do know now, Eric, they make airbags, right?
Oh, in the backpacks.
Well, like here in Canada, in snowmobile country, now they got those that it's literally like a bubble will deploy around you for an avalanche. So I'm guessing at least for you, maybe there's a chance.
I'm gonna start off with it deployed though. So
you gotta be a bubble boy.
It's got like a tether on you, like you just like basically like they'll just
look. I'm just taking one look at Eric, and I'm thinking this is a bubble boy in the making right here. He needs to be the bubble boy.
Bubble boy.
Yeah, you got to go straight for it. Straight bubbles. He's gonna be like the Michelin man, just walking outside just to get his mail.
Well, at this point, I'm thinking like there might be a market for guys like him.
I rolled something Wednesday night that I haven't rolled in a while, and I was saying to myself, please don't crash, please don't crash. And it's like, I've never said that. I've never done one of these stupid things and thought, please don't crash, please don't crash. Yeah. I'm just in the moment riding my bike, and I'm riding down this thing, and everyone that I'm with is hooting and hollering and cheering me on and all that. And I'm just going, please don't crash, please don't crash. I'm like, I am in the completely wrong mindset now.
Eric, have you considered the people hooting and hollering who are rooting and hollering for you to crash?
They might. I thought they were cheering me on because I did this stupid thing, and here I am now. I realized they were cheering me on to crash. Okay.
How come you don't have a camera on that helmet of yours that every time you crash, you can just...
I was going to say, make us money. There's content gold here. If your dumbass crashes and we got some footage of it, this is content gold.
I do have a GoPro. I haven't used it in a few years.
Yannick, I'm a couple of bougie Eric crashes away from having 100K subscriber.
Maybe we can actually all chip in like a $5. Let's start a $1 fund there to pitch in for a camera for Eric for content.
Listen, if I promise people crashes, Yannick, I will get some generous benefactors. Eric will have whatever is the 8K version.
I agree.
I can't crash anymore.
Why don't you just go like straight from the wheelchair and we'll just push you down that hill?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, here we go. Average Joe Card Collector's filling us in. It's actually the Leaf Centennial set. Dang, 6 autos over a K. Okay.
So
that's serious. That's
and
rough.
It's Leaf. Oh my God.
Yeah. So Leaf
So
Centennial.
who's missing? I'm curious, Average Joe. Who's missing?
Say, yeah. Which are the big autos then? Because
it's not Johnny Bauer. We know that.
What do you mean? Johnny Bauer. You're saying that Johnny Bauer is not super Sherman?
Who would be the toughest basically Leaf, Bobby? You think like his autograph
For an
or, like,
autograph,
Bill
yeah.
Miracle next to
Well,
Sarah?
it has to be Tim Horton or Terry Sawchuk, or you can even go back.
Yeah,
to,
but for a Centennial set though, it wouldn't be available unless it's a cut. Unless it was a cut auto, it
it
wouldn't be
would have to
available
be a
anyway.
cut off. Yeah.
Yeah, it would have to be a cut, which would make then the price point would make sense.
Armstrong, you know, a lot of people talk about Armstrong, which he just passed away a few years ago. So, there's no other Leaf that you can really say. You know, Jim Corn, I guess maybe, you know, because he died early. But otherwise, you go back to Broda, you go back to, you know, Teeter Kennedy, other guys back in the pre-war. Other than that, you know, when it comes to Leaf autographs, it's basically Terry Sawchuk and Tim Horton are your big ones, and
So
that
here's,
goes from
so-
the 50s up. So
here's a list here. So Red Kelly, Gilmore, Matthews, Austin Matthews, I
What?
can get as a modern guy.
Those?
Sittler,
over
Mahavlich, and
$1,000
Fear.
for those guys, come on.
Bobby, that just means that your fellow collectors are like ponying up the big bucks. That's all.
Right,
It
right.
is.
That's crazy for those autographs. Like
Oh.
honestly, and Mahavlich is still alive too, and he's signing. Like I can
Yeah,
get
that's
an
what I mean.
autograph tomorrow.
I know a guy who just had dinner with Grant Fuhrer the other day.
Every
Yeah.
guy except Red Kelly.
Listen,
There.
stop talking about Yannick's business. Leave him alone. Brandon Ryan says, reminds me of that movie Cliffhanger, Eric. There you go.
I have fallen
Go
off
on.
cliffs and had to hang on for dear life. Yeah,
Mm.
I could think of 2 times where I went over a cliff, and thankfully I was able to grab a tree branch and not end up dead. Yeah,
That's
Do
crazy.
you ever
Zach said-
thought of maybe just riding where there's no trees?
that's called
Zach
road
here
running,
says-
and you have cars trying to kill you instead.
Listen, whatever it takes, man.
Full
Zach says,
circuit.
I'm in. Zach says, I'm in. We're crowdfunding the best GoPro money can buy. Facts.
Yeah, those aren't even rare autographs like Doug Gilmore. They're all still around. Like, honestly.
Yeah. So that one, Bobby, just comes down to the autograph set. It
Yeah,
comes
I
down to people
understand
working
that.
on that
It's
set,
just-
and that's all it is. That's
it's
all it
almost
is.
silly at a K. You know, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's the scary part. Like for me, that list, $1,000 can
milquetoast.
buy you a lot of really good stuff.
Dude,
A lot of really good stuff.
I'll
Yeah,
take that 6K and work on my C57s.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I
Well,
would do
even,
something
like,
like that.
even
I'd
if
get
you
a nice
wanted an
Vesna for 6K.
Even
like,
if you wanted
honestly.
an autograph, you could probably get memorabilia from a bunch of those guys for comfortably under that. You could
Oh,
get memorabilia.
easily.
Like pick
Easily.
your item. Like
I get
for
it.
the guys who are still alive, they'd sign it for you. They'll sign
Oh,
it in
yes.
front of your face. Yeah, absolutely. Here you go. No
I
problem.
can go meet any of those guys any day of the week. Like honestly, I have enough connections. Like
Yeah.
to
So
see, that's what bothers me about those cards is that like, yeah, it's exclusive to this set, but it like they're not even rare. Like it's just rare of the card, not rare of the autograph. So
it's just people that want to complete the set.
yeah,
So
I get it.
now that we've got it, so now Average Joe, now that we've got the context, look, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. It is against the ethos, and Eric can attest to this. I am literally the libertarian when it comes to hobby stuff, in the sense of like, do whatever you want, man. Like, do your thing. It's fine. Like,
Yeah.
whatever.
It's your choice.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I couldn't do it. I couldn't spend $6,000 on those 6 autographs to complete that set. Now, I understand you're 81 of 87, like you're close. That would
No.
hurt my soul. It would hurt. Like, I don't know if the satisfaction that I would feel at the end of card 87 would be worth the squeeze on this. I'm not sure I can
$1,000
get
for
there.
Gilmore? Like, come on. Like, really?
It's rough.
No, that's
There you
tough.
go. The part 2, since I agree playing is wild, so I sell the big ones I've got already, Belfour, whatever, because I'm not completing it. I honestly think, here's what I would say. If you ask my opinion, I will only give my opinion. And again, I wanted to give that preface to say, normally, my MO is do whatever you want, but since you asked, I would move the car. I would take a picture of the 81 of 87 you got, enjoy the accomplishment. Kudos to you, sir. That's still an accomplishment. That's a lot of
Sure.
cards in that set. And I would move off it.
Yeah.
I
I'd
could
move into something else. I could
not for those
shift that
six.
money into something that's, you know, gold for the grandkids kind of thing. I
Even if you want to stick to Leaf stuff, there's some amazing stuff you could buy with the
Yeah.
proceeds. There's some really good stuff you could buy with the proceeds.
Or go vintage. Like honestly, you can't go wrong on that. You know, you could for $6K you can get a nice freaking Clemente. Like honestly,
A bunch of stuff you could do.
or
Yeah.
Roots, or even like
Beat
those
up
are the
Bobby
things
Orr.
that. Yeah, whatever.
Booby Orr.
I know.
Shame on you.
I like
Bobby
Bobby
knows.
Orr.
Listen,
I just don't like his.
Bobby's a hobby
hair.
goat, man. Know your position, Eric. Know your
Easy,
position.
yes. Yeah, listen.
Like, I do. Listen,
talks
all I
through-
need to know. Listen, all I need to know is this. Understand something. Bobby's too good for the Gong Show. That's why they can't find him.
That's right.
And I'll have you know that 2 people on the screen have been in the appreciation and the acknowledgments of a book. Have you been in the acknowledgments of a book?
Mm.
Yannick's got a sweet beard, and right now he's trimmed it to be more streamlined. What do you have?
No.
What do you have, you creepy bougie man?
I got like
Emmanuel in space with Dude Love? That's what you got.
Dude love, exactly.
it was
Yeah.
not love. I was hanging out with Cactus Jack.
You hang out with Dude Love. Don't lie to the people.
I
You were
wasn't.
watching Emmanuel in space with Dude Love.
No,
You
I
know what's
didn't.
happened. Paul C says, I'd like to see Eric bike across Saskatchewan. Facts.
Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. No worries. Like I said, hopefully, I want to make clear, it is not my nature to discourage somebody from finishing a project.
No.
No.
It's just your situation specifically. I would just appreciate how far you've gotten. If someone else will take those cars off your hands, you can build up another project. I just can't get there with those 6 autos at a K a piece. I
No.
just can't. That's my problem.
It's hard.
If it was more reasonable price, like, dude, finish it. Like you're so close.
Yeah.
It's but at the price point, man, like 6,000 can buy you
$200
so much
each,
stuff.
maybe 3, but not
So much.
K. Not a K
Yeah.
for those guys. No.
And also, Eric, test of this. I don't shy away from paying a lot of money for what would otherwise be foolish to a lot of people. I don't
Sure.
shy away.
I think we all done that.
So it's like it's not about the money. It's not even about the thing. I'm just sitting there like it would just be hard for me. I don't know if the payoff would be worth it
Mhm.
to me.
With
And
those
if you're
names.
asking the question, then it sounds to me like you're hesitating on it. That's the only reason why I kind of would offer the advice that we suggested.
It wasn't like it was an Armstrong or a Horton or Bond or anything. It was just like regular guys who still are going to be around signing for the next 20, 30 years, maybe.
So we got a couple of good questions here. Dr. Copernicus, by the way, I appreciate the interaction tonight. It's good when you guys give us these questions, man. It works. It works. It's really
Give
helpful.
us,
Appreciate
give
it.
us things to talk about.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I said, otherwise we're gonna be talking Lincoln Park and rock and roll all night. We can do it, but I'm just saying. So Dr. Copernicus here says, if you guys were given 100K, so let's take a moment to think about this. 100K to purchase 1 or 2 cards, which would you buy? So 100K is an excellent budget. It leaves you a lot of room. It gives you a lot of space, and you can. This is 1 or 2 cards. So you can do it in 1 card, or you can do 2 cards. But 100K is a pretty sizable budget to target things.
I think I would have to choose to go back to the pre-war and buy one of the medium grade rookie cards of maybe C57s, I guess. Maybe a Vesna, maybe 100K. Well, yeah. What I think the Vesna, what was 6, went for 100K, something like that. That's the kind of card I would get.
Okay.
Or even a short print from one of the chocolate bar sets from the 20s.
I think it seems reasonable.
Yeah,
I'm just doing a
it's
little-
really
I'm doing
hard
a
to
little
spend
research
100K. It really is.
Well, that's what I mean. Like it's a sizable
Unless
budget.
you're
It's really
into
good.
modern basketball, ultra modern basketball, then you can spend 100K and blink of the eye.
That's the fun part, right? I'm just trying to. I'm doing a little. So as we're talking, I'm doing a little bit of digging. I'm doing a little bit of research here to see what I can come
Kind
up
of
with.
too.
So I don't know, Eric. You got 100K. So 100K on Reggie Lemons. What do you got?
I just spend all 100K on buying his rookie cards. I'd buy,
For 100K, you could actually buy Reggie
no,
and encase him in carbonite.
yeah, I just drive to his house. He doesn't live that far from me. I just be like, here's $100,000. You're mine now.
I guess.
Basically,
And his
For life.
wife would just be like, deal.
Uh-huh.
done. 100K, done.
He would be your gimp. Yeah.
Yep.
You know it.
All right. Seems fair. Seems fair. So I don't know, Yannick. How's the Vesna doing? I would assume the Vesna would have to play into this in order for this to work.
Yeah,
So-
to spend that kind of dough, I have to think about it even a little more here. Right?
Okay. So let me do this. I'm gonna try.
I mean,
my
I
best.
could just go higher on the grade, but you know,
Yes.
like pre-war, like to me, a nice 2 does the job.
So let me
Yes.
offer some possibilities. It's tricky. It's actually really tough. So I'm gonna do my best. I'll try.
I got one in mind, but I wouldn't spend the money. But I'd like the Stanley Cup Champ cigarettes, like
Yes.
1920s on a
Mhm.
nice grade. So I don't know, maybe there's 5K there or
No more.
more than that. You know what I mean? Like, I have no
So
idea.
let me do this.
Depends
so
on
let me
the
do
grade.
this.
There's an 8, which is the highest. To probably go for 100K.
You know, it's the first known Stanley Cup depiction on the card. So
Sure. All right. So let me do this. I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna use the whole 100K, but let me play around with this a little bit.
Ruby or
All right.
you know.
So here we got
Yeah.
a T206 Ty Cobb Red in a 7.
Mm,
It's a nice looking copy. Nice looking copy in SGC. So this actually sold on eBay for 40K.
fair enough.
So this is a nice chunk here of that budget,
What
but
grade
it's
is
on a
that?
crisp. It's on a crisp, clean card. Sorry.
What grade?
This is 7.
7.
Yeah. So this is a nice clean copy, but it's also not such a ridiculously high grade that you wonder if somebody went with the little the scissors. But it's still a very nice clean copy. This is pretty good. So that would be, so I would look for something like that, something in the pre-war category, something in that vein. The trickiest part was trying to find the second one.
Yeah.
Let me see what I can do.
I
I'm
like
gonna
the
do a
Cracker
little search.
Jacks. I really like the Cracker Jacks.
So
For baseball.
maybe, yeah. So maybe for the second, I'd look for Ruth. So bear with me a moment. I'll see if I can find something suitable.
The Baltimore
Uh,
News, Ruth, the rookie.
Well, I don't think you get a Baltimore News.
The rookie of
Um,
all rookies.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. The rookie of all rookies. That's right. I think
84
actually
Fleer. Jordan
Fleer?
Star.
Fleer. All right, here we go. This will be a good one. So here's another one that might work. Okay, so let's do this. So here's 33 Gaudy Ruth in a 5.
Yeah. Common stuff.
Well,
Depending
for
on the
me,
color.
look, Bobby, we already established you're all about the rarity above all else. I actually want something that I actually would be interested in having. There's plenty of rarer stuff, and I just don't give a crap about it. So it can be $1 million, but I'm not interested in it for $1.
Well, we're only got 100 grand to spend, so
Yeah, that one's 41K. So 40K for the first one, 41K for the second one. That'd be
Yeah,
about 81K.
18K left. Have some fun with it.
Yeah. Well, that's I think at that point. Listen, at that point,
Look,
you
I
just go
never
have yourself
thought I
nice
had a
little-
hard time spending 100K, man. Like, you got to think about it.
It's the thing is, there's a lot of stuff. So here's what's key. Is tricky about this question. There's a lot of stuff that, in my opinion, is overpriced. If you just want to spend 100K, you can spend 100K on basically anything. That's not difficult.
Mhm.
But in cards, it's tough if you're not just grabbing stuff that has been pushed up to a certain price for no justifiable reason. I could say if I want to spend 100K, I could just pick a random basketball card
Basically.
because
yeah.
there's a
Okay.
bunch of them that got to that level.
True enough.
Let's say, okay, now the question was 100K, let's say 2 cards. That was the question.
One or two
right?
cards, yes. That was one or two cards. Yeah.
Me, I would turn it into me personally. I would go on a wide range, maybe not a crazy range, but let's say like I would probably pick like 20 cards at the 5,000 mark or the.
You're not allowed.
Well, that was the key. That's what made it tricky. The one or two cards is what made it tough.
I know. I'm like to me to spend on 2, I would rather to have like 20 more quality that way. I'm just saying that's
The
how I
money's
think.
gone. It's taken
So
away
now
from
that's
you.
why I got a hard time coming with 2 for the 100 grand.
That's why I was very.
I would
specific
go
on
for
what I-
rarity over anything.
I think it will probably just be on the grade if you want to knock it for 2 cards. Like
Basically, you're gonna have to go on the grade.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Brendan Bryan's saying it's more of a store of value with those picks. Yes, it is. Because here's the thing. Well, the car. So this is an important distinction. For cards that I would want for my personal collection purposes, I don't need 100K.
No.
The fact that this hypothetical for me in this scenario, I would like to use a reasonable amount of this budget if I can. But if it's just a matter of getting 2 cards that I would really like, I don't need anywhere near 100K. But I can still get nice cards.
You'd probably
I
get the
want
highest grade 54 at
I
that
want
point.
this mint.
Good luck.
I don't know if 100K will get me this mint, but
Yeah.
I want this
With a
mint.
pair of scissors, it can.
Yep. You can get that for 60, 70K in an 8.
I'd pick that. I would go after that and in a or top test.
Yeah, that might get you to the 100K mark. That's for sure.
Those
Past that.
are the two I'd go after. That would make me the happiest. And again, not the rarest. Not like a Vezina. I would love a Vezina, obviously.
Rare grade. Yeah.
But
I'm going for rarity opposed to rarity of grade.
test and that 54, I'd be the happiest guy on earth.
Aren't you now?
No.
No.
He's a very sad man.
You're hanging out with Mick Foley and everything. Come on.
I know.
Jesus.
Like I said, I understand that we are not Dude Love and Emmanuel in space.
No.
We got to be like at least 80% of the way there. Like, come on, man.
I was not with
Sadler,
Dude Love.
What do we say? Sadler Fan 21 says, so that's the question. Where is the line for what it's worth for these high-end sets? The answer is it depends. Like, it depends on what the set is. What was tricky about whatever Joe Card Collector was suggesting, once he gave us the additional context, the trickiest part is not that, based on that 87 card set of all autographs, Leaf Centennial and everything. Again, I'm not a Leafs fan, but I would think the set would look pretty cool. The problem that we had was the autographs that remain and the price point. The price point was the thing. If you said to us, you're down to the last 6 and it's going to cost like $1,000 to grab the last 6, I'm like, yeah, do it. For sure. Why not? Like, great. That would be a pretty cool looking set. Please share the image after you're done. Like, that'd be pretty cool. But $1,000-ish each, it's like, no, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Especially for names, some of which, like, look, some of those names I've had autographs of, and it didn't cost me anywhere near $1,000.
No.
And you have options for those. So the issue is what it's worth. And it depends on you, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It really does.
It's what you value, I value rarity over everything else, opposed to, grade. So I go for rarity. Rarity is the obscurity of finding stuff that you can't find, the lesser, path traveled by most collectors. So I definitely like that part of it, and I would go for rarity.
You chase the white whales?
Well, I guess it really comes down to is like, when you have the rarity of grade, I get it. You're going to get competition, but I mean, when you have rarity of rarity, you have no competition at that point. And that's what I kind of like, is like having the one and only kind of, or not necessarily one of only, but, at least one of 3 or 4 that are known, which is, it's everything for me, that part of it. Rarity of grade, yeah. Well, I want a Ruth 33. Okay, yellow, fine, we'll take that. And do you want it in a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? What do you want? And you can, adjust your budget. But I'd rather go for the rarity part of it first.
There you
go. That's just me. And rarity always rules in my book. It's almost like, you find a 1954 display box. What's the rarity of that? Like 10 out of 10. What's it going to cost you? 25 grand for that.
Oh,
I'd rather have that, because you can be the only guy who says, yeah, I got a 54 box. Really? Yeah. Can I see a picture? Sure.
Mm.
Or you can log on the app and look at the picture there.
What?
If it was an app.
where?
An appetizer. Zach says it'd be hard for me to choose. Can I buy a bunch of 3K-ish, 10K-ish cards?
No.
Well, the point was 1 or 2 cards. The point was 1 or 2 cards.
Let's not make our own rules here. Like, the question was posed. Let's go with the question, not adjust.
Hey, who says that you're the rule of us? You're the boss of us.
It's the question. That's all.
That's the question. This is more of a Store Valley. Yes, we touched on that. My favorite Ruth is the 144. I'll own the lower grade one day. Go for it, man. Go for it. CC says 51 Mandolin Maze for me. Fair. I get you.
Yeah. 51 is going to, what are you going to get for 100K? You're going to get a 3, 4.
You can get a nice IPO both. Yeah, I think you do all right.
Yeah.
I think you do all right. Brandon Ryan says oddball cards, or that term doesn't apply to my collection. Well, I don't know, but the second half of it sounds like a question you're asking yourself. I don't know.
I don't know what
Oddball
oddball
cards.
means.
Yeah, oddball is so. Here's the thing. I was watching with amusement, like Rick, vintage oddball cards,
Yep.
and Mangini were having and I think Orlando as well. We're having like a little back and forth for, I guess, the lulls. And I know, but here's the thing. I know for a fact some folks, it might have been Mangini and some other folks, complain about stuff like the term oddball. And I'm sitting there like, I've literally grown up with the term oddball
I
forever.
understand.
And it's one of those things where it's like, now defining it is tricky. What does that constitute? For me, it's always been kind of off the beaten path. Some of the other issues that fall outside of the mainstream issues.
Is that food issue?
Yeah.
For me, I think it could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, then
I think it
food
could
issue is food issue. It's actually very well defined.
Yeah.
You can maybe,
But I think
get into-
oddball is a broader category, though. Food issue is one thing that falls under that broader category.
it's actually secondary to cards, because there's a lot of food issue cards that are actually mainstream tip top. We can get into a lot of different baseball and whatever, what have you, basketball. So people define that. As we get into the merchandise part of it, which is sort of, I guess, more of the sense of oddball, I can understand that term. But anything beyond cards is just oddball, then you're just lumping everything into a silly space, which really isn't justified properly, because when you talk oddball, you talk everything else, and it's not everything else. Like food issue is actually very, very, very strong for a lot of collectors who are looking for stuff, and they do grade them. Look at it, I got $3,000 for the silly exograph card that I got from the Wilt Chamberlain.
Now, here's
You call it oddball, you call it
here's food issue.
Yeah, there you go.
Sheriff jelly, desserts, puddings, and pie fillings.
Yes.
Puddings.
Noel Picard.
Oh, he's the one who tripped out Bobby Orr for the goal
Yep.
after he scored the goal.
Made or sore, he writes on his autographs.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
In more ways than one, that's for sure.
Yeah. So
Yeah, so that is food
That's-
issue. It's
yeah.
right there, and some of those coins
that's
go
not an
for
oddball.
$2,000 each.
Well, I'm going to repeat myself.
ahead.
Oddball is a broader term that encompasses other terms. Food issue, you're right, is a specific category.
It is.
Food issue is a component of the larger categorization. So I'll pull up baseball
But
card.
I think people
It's
lump it together and just say oddball. Anything cards that's not cards is oddball, and
it's actually anything cards that's not part of a mainstream base set.
Yeah.
That's what oddball was. For the whole time that I was growing up with it. And if I say to you oddball, it means not outside of Topps, Fleer, whatever, that is part of the regular mainstream sets. Now, if Topps release some regional issue, oddball.
Mhm.
It's still Topps, but it's oddball. If it's basically like a food issue, Purina had some cards, oddball. It's a broader term, but then if you want to break it down further and you say this is a food issue, yeah, absolutely, 100% food issue.
well, I was just trying to eliminate the word oddball because it actually encompasses too much.
No, I understand, but their issue was the word oddball in general. They just didn't like the word oddball. They weren't worried about classifications. They just didn't like the word oddball. I'm sitting there like, okay, you're also two older guys who also are complaining about people complaining about terms. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, oh, these people are too sensitive to terms, and then they complain about the word oddball because it bothers your sensibilities. They're also the same guys who also had conversations like, well, don't call my cards junk wax. There is a thing called the junk wax era. It is because they made a lot of it. It's called junk wax.
But there's still
It's okay.
cards.
Yeah, they're still cards. And I literally grew up collecting teeth in the junk wax era. I have no problem calling it the junk wax era. It's fine.
I've just been in the, especially since my books, I tried to eliminate the word oddball and tried to get it more specific because there is a division between the two that are quite dramatic. And a lot of the oddball or so-called food issue cards are worth quite a bit more than a lot of regular cards. So,
Well, oddball was never a question about value. Oddball doesn't mean non-valuable.
Yeah, but it lumps it into this big, large bin of things, right? And it just doesn't specifies what exactly it is. And food issue is food issue. It is related directly to a product or a redemption, and then merchandise falls into the oddball or the one of a kind piece that got issued by this one company. that kind of stuff. That's oddball. I can go with that, but I'd rather not call it. I just call it merchandise from there. I'm just trying to simulate the hobby in a sense that we can divide things into 3 different ways, and then you get into memorabilia, which is just sticks, gloves, and helmets, and whatever you want to get into. That's another segment, but
Whatever
we don't call
Eric
that
stole from Reggie.
Yeah, we don't call
His
that
stick,
oddball.
his stick's on the wall over there.
See,
I
Tony.
noticed it's broken though.
It is broken.
I'm starting to doubt that maybe he has his jack strap somewhere too. Sign.
He's
Probably.
wearing it right now.
That's
Maybe.
what I was going to say.
Kind of scary.
We just look, Yannick. We didn't want to bring it up. It's an
I'm gonna
awkward
look.
conversation. It's an
I'm
awkward
gonna
conversation.
look next time.
Oh,
I'll
Just saying.
report it back to you, Carlos. I'll check
It's
it
an
out.
awkward. Please do. Look,
Kinda
I need more
oddballish.
ammunition to make fun of Eric for.
It's very
I wanted to do a quick callback on one of the conversations we had. So Bobby, I mentioned earlier that there was a new Smashing Pumpkins album.
Yes.
And I actually wanted to I knew it had a weird name, so I wanted to actually locate it. So, so here it is. So it is called, and I swear this is a Billy Corgan thing. It has to be Billy Corgan who came up with this stupid name.
He's kind of weird, anyways. He's oddball.
Aghori Mahori Mai.
Oh God,
That is the
gotta
name.
be him. That's all him.
Oh, it's 100% him. Like he's literally nothing better to do with his life. Okay, so here's what it is. The album was released digitally on August the 2nd, so the digital version is out already.
Okay.
The physical version will be out on November 22nd. So November is going to be a big month. The new Linkin Park will be out on the 15th of November.
That's interesting.
Now, by the way, for the record, Linkin Park, maybe you should get Billy to push the card. It would have been awesome to have the new Linkin Park album just before
Possibly.
the expo so that it could have been my soundtrack for the expo. That would have been awesome.
Yeah, that would
Just missed it. We're just missing it. Push it forward a week.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. So November, we're going to get a new Linkin Park album and a new Smashing Pumpkins album. It's a big month.
It's a big time between Smashing Pumpkins. They were a cult following, and then they just kind of went into obscurity, and they kind of got retroized, and now they're coming back again. Well, good luck, because Billy's voice is not going to really change that much. Like you can't get any worse or better, kind of at that point, right?
I think for him, it's basically look. He's been busy doing a lot of other things. He
I
has
guess.
done music and stuff, but it's also like he's got to have the band together that he wants to do with what he wants to do. It's going to be whatever he feels like doing.
I think so.
And that's basically whoever is going to be involved in it is going to be part of that. And that's basically how they'll do it.
Interesting.
And he's been, the last couple of years, he's been running the NWA. He owns it. He literally owns it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he bought the NWA. So that the company still technically exists. And they run shows, but he owns it.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, so he's been busy being a wrestling promoter.
Interesting.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So if you check it out, the current version of the NWA is owned by Billy Corgan. Junk Wax German of Endearment, for me, it's fine. I literally lived it. It's fine for me.
Do
So
they
he
have
says, Carlos,
anybody in their stables, and are they on TV at all anywhere?
So I think they were briefly. Look, so I'll give you a quick history of the current iteration of the NWA. The current. Because the current iteration is like a shell of a shell of a shell of its former self.
Right.
I just want to make sure I get my timing right so that I give you at least modestly good information. By the way, which is kind of sad because the NWA was founded in 1948. Like that's a classic company.
Right.
But it has fallen on some very hard times post WCW. So what I'm gonna say,
Guys, I gotta step away. I got an early start tomorrow morning. I just wanted to say hi, have a good evening, and we'll catch up next time.
no worries,
All
take
right,
her
buddy,
easy.
take it easy.
Thanks for having me, girls. See ya.
Keep in
No worries,
touch.
have a good night. We'll talk later. So the most recent one. So just before the pandemic, so this was the problem. Just before the pandemic, the NWA was doing a show called NWA Power with 3 R's in power.
Oh well, yeah, you got to have 3 hours.
No,
right?
no. So Eric, let me explain though. Let me explain something important though. I thought this was actually really great, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
When they came out with NWA Power, they were actually doing it on YouTube, which is fine. But YouTube is distribution. Like you can see it. It doesn't matter. Who cares? You can see it.
Well-
They were doing a studio show, and they
Yeah.
actually had some pretty good talent. By the way, the current United States champion in WWE, LA Knight, was in the NWA as Eli Drake,
Oh,
amongst others. So there's a bunch of talents who are currently on the two major promotions who went through NWA. So they actually had a nice roster, some decent talent on those shows. So and that also includes their former NWA champion, who is currently the general manager of, I think, SmackDown, Nick Aldis. He was the champion of NWA.
okay.
So they actually had a run where they had some pretty good talent and they had some distribution. And here's the thing, Eric, what they did, which I thought was smart, is they actually played into kind of the retro feel. The NWA had a 1980s vibe to the show. The whole thing felt like a 1980s regional wrestling promotion. It felt like Memphis wrestling. It like the vibe was Memphis wrestling and that kind of, when I showed that Southern Hogan in the episode that has been forever retconned, it felt like that. It felt like a studio show where they did interview segments, they had matches, and they did all that. It had that old school vibe, and the intro music was like 80s hair metal.
Oh, nice.
Like they leaned into it, Eric. They literally it's the year 2019, but we're gonna pretend it's 1985. Okay, go on. It was intriguing. Because it was different. They even had lame, cheesy commercials for the merch, and I was like, "Oh, you guys clearly have a sense of humor about this. This is good." Like, it's a nice contrast to the current iteration of wrestling because it stuck out. It was different. It felt different. So that was good. And at some point, Billy Corgan, I think, decided to try to take himself seriously and then steadily lost that talent. And it's fallen on even harder times. It was already fallen on hard times. And it's a shame because they still have the NWA championship, which technically has all this lineage. Ric Flair was an NWA champion. Dusty Rhodes was an NWA champion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they were big time.
So they technically have the lineage still intact, but it's not the same. Even now, it's not the same as what it was. And it was so bizarre. And they had that moment where they were tapping into this retro chic thing. And I think the pandemic killed it and just the lack of creativity with it. And it's been rough. It's been rough. I'll just put it that way. So, but it's weird because ironically, the company's title still technically follows the lineage of the old school. And like I said, Dusty Rhodes, Ric Flair, Sting was an NWA champion.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of names that have held the championship that technically is that championship.
I watched it in the 80s when it was on, and the NWA filled the wrestling magazines. I think even more so than the WWF. I think there was more NWA and AWA stuff in those wrestling magazines in the 80s than WWF stuff. So I followed that. So when you said that he owns the NWA, I'm like, the same NWA I grew up on? That NWA?
Technically, yes. Yep. What's left of it, but yes.
Yeah.
It's not what it once was at all.
No, well, clearly.
Yeah. So, like I said, it's fallen on some very, very tough times. Tough times.
Well, there's a time and a place for everything, right? There's a time and a place for, junk wax, time and a place for vintage, time and a place for modern, ultra modern, time and a place for NWA, WWF, all that other stuff. And we're in different times. And I think you're right, Carlos. The pandemic changed a lot of things, like the major shift and I think it was a generational shift at that point. And either you were, older at that point and you look back in a retro sense, or you just went forward. And I think most of us stayed back.
Yeah. I think they would have been okay if Billy Corgan hadn't tried to take himself seriously, because at one point he decided to be like an on-screen authority figure. And I'm like, no, you're not a good actor. Please stop it. Your job at this point is just to fund the company and leave it be. Leave it be. Because, again, you actually had some talent in there. And by the way, I gave you the example with the 80s hair metal theme song. It's silly. But that's okay. You stood out because you actually leaned into kind of the retro stylings of it and had some fun with it. And it
And he
felt
was a
fun.
cult following too. He wasn't a mainstream. He was sort of off the beaten path. And some of his songs were mainstream, but I mean, most of his stuff was off the beaten path, and you had to follow him to enjoy him.
Oh yeah.
But him going forward as a major influence, nah, not going to work. NWA.
He's not a big enough star for that.
He isn't. No.
You gotta go. You gotta go back to some of the like Melancholy and the
Sting or
Infinite
somebody,
Sadness.
or-
Fantastic. Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness. Fantastic. Great.
Mhm.
They've got some great albums, but you got to go back to the '90s to find those. A lot of
Yes,
them.
exactly. Yeah.
So Red says, has the Wemby $1 million bounty closed yet? So nope, hasn't been claimed.
I have a question for Brendan. What happened to that picture you did of me when I was a court jester? I can't find that anymore.
What was lost may never be found.
But no, I was honored that he took
Despite all
time
my rage.
to do something of me, and
Eric still around in a cage.
and I went to show somebody one time, and it was gone. So I was wondering what happened to it. Did I get pulled from the queue? Am I not worthy anymore?
It's all butterfly and bullets, so don't worry.
Maybe he started singing some Bullet with Butterfly Wings, and maybe he might love you. Just saying. Sending Abdullah the Butcher to take out Eric. Facts.
Abdullah the Butcher. Wow.
Oh, he was
That's
gross.
old. Oh man.
Gross.
He was around when I was around. Like, I mean,
Yeah. Classic. No one did radical suspension of reality like old school WWF. True. There you go.
Ah,
Appreciate it. But I think the key is if you're not one of the major companies, you can still get away with it, but you gotta then understand that you're playing into the campy side of it. And I think when they were playing into the campy side of it, it was actually pretty good. When they didn't try to take themselves too seriously and just enjoy, it's still entertainment. If you treat it like it's entertainment and you entertain people, there's a niche for you. There is still an opportunity to be a niche. I think it's there. TNA currently tries to do that to a certain degree, not always successfully, but they've got moments and they've got some talent too. How long they're going to be able to retain it before WWE signs them anyway? Anybody who's any good, they're probably going to sign them, and then steadily they get drained of talent again. But they're still hanging. TNA is that company that will not die. They recently celebrated the 20th anniversary, and I'm sitting there like, how on earth did they make it 20 years? I can't even. I remember TNA when it was at its apex, and I was sitting there, and I went back the other day looking at that roster. I'm like, that roster's good.
Yeah.
That roster was like scary. There were some really talented people on that roster, and they could never quite get over the hump because the owner was incompetent and just kept hiring and listening to people who didn't know what they were doing and missed out. They were on Spike TV. They were drawing like 1 million viewers a week, almost 1.5 million some weeks, and almost
Pretty good.
There were a couple of weeks where they had 2 million viewers on television. That's good. If you want to build a company and successfully be able to sell arenas and stuff, they never got to the big arenas, but like you do 1 million on TV, there's an opportunity to steadily work your way towards it.
Yeah.
Because at least you've got an audience that sees you every week. So it's way easier to sell tickets to an arena when someone's watching.
True.
Today, basically no one's watching. So it's really tough to sell anything now. If there's your television is your advertising, your television is your commercial. So you got to be able to get people to look at it if you expect someone to buy tickets to a thing. To each their own. Good luck. So I just thought it was funny. But I think between that, right now, like I said, if I want my excitement now, I just got to go to the music industry. Because as soon as that Oasis reunion happens,
yes,
they may light themselves on fire.
Possibly. They have enough water.
The only question I have is which one of the Gallagher brothers tries to light the other one on fire first. It's the only question I have. Because they hate each other. And the fact that they've been able to even agree to reunite is amazing to me.
I said they get 2 songs in and then go just fisticuffs.
Now, are you thinking they get to the end of the second song, or do they just start fighting
in the middle of the second song?
What's the second song that initiates the fight?
It doesn't matter what the song is. It's just
some of the songs are really long, Eric. There's a couple of songs that are damn long. Champagne Supernova is great, but it's not a short song.
it's not even gonna matter because someone's gonna like be
Are you
off.
saying in the end it doesn't even matter?
In the end, it doesn't even matter. That is correct.
Yes. See,
Yeah, someone's
he
gonna
does like
just be off. They're gonna hit the wrong note. They're not gonna come in on the same time as the other one.
Just thinking about this makes Eric feel numb.
Mm.
Again, I'm getting what I'm picking up what you're putting down, but not a fan. So
Just sadness, Eric. Just sadness. Hurtful words, man. Hurtful words. The problem is, Eric, I think you need to get amongst your people. You need to find somewhere you belong.
Yes.
Oh, I belong nowhere. I belong in an
Everywhere.
isolation room.
So you're saying you need a new divide?
Mm.
I'm still picking up what you're putting down. I'm still not a fan.
So do you regret what you've done?
We're just gonna do this all night.
Yes.
There's a lot of good titles that really work here, Eric.
Mhm.
All of those are just the first ones on the list that I've seen so far.
Just not a fan.
Oh.
That's allowed. Don't worry.
Yeah, this happens, man. It's okay. At some point, you'll be able to break the habit.
I rather
Hey, you're one
listen.
step closer. I feel good about this, Bobby. This has really been a lot of fun for me. I'm not gonna
It
lie.
has. It has.
It has. Yeah.
I think
So now
it's
you can all
time to
figure out
end
what
the
albums
night
all those
and leave Eric in his glory.
Oh, it's just glorious. It's
I'm
all
gonna
right.
take-
One day we'll have the episode where we'll talk about Kiss, and we'll make sure we're all here for it.
Yes.
It'll be amazing, sensational. Now I think I'm just trying to remember. There was one other thing I wanted to make sure I touch on. If there's anything you guys want to touch on quickly as we start winding her down, you let me know. But in the meantime, there was one other thing I think that I wanted to check in on. Let me see if I have a link for it. Talked about the Will Chamberlain thing. We already talked about that. Talked about the card show. We'll do that more next week. Did that.
We covered a good bunch of topics for sure.
Oh, it worked out. Oh, I forgot about this one. Well, we did talk about it a little bit. So did you guys hear that supposedly, according to Cllct, our good friends Cllct,
Mm-hmm.
the Jordan Star, one of them, allegedly sold for over $1 million in a private sale.
Oh, private sales. I love those. Mm.
Yeah, as per Goulden.
Oh, really? So
Mhm.
the fix is in for the next auction then.
That's kind of what I'm wondering about. Yeah. So the reason why I'm mentioning it, so I'm just quickly double checking.
It's almost silly at this point. It's gotten to the point that, all right, and like I said, 99.9% of the people are out of this anyways. So we're just talking about millionaires who want to. We become the minions of millionaires at this point, and I don't want to be a participant in this kind of game that they're playing. $1 million for an 84 star. When meanwhile, 8-10 years ago, you get it for $40, maybe 400, whatever.
It was more than that, but yeah.
Just
because the 84 star I think was
it may
listed
as well
in the
have been
old
$40, right?
No, the 84 star by the early 90s was about $900.
Yeah. Okay. $1,000. So $1.5 million,
Yeah.
$1.7 million.
Yeah.
Now it's from 900. That's good investment.
Yeah, it's a good investment. Hashtag invest. Lots of Emmanuel Space reference. There are never enough, Bob, but yes, there are.
Mm.
You do personal pickups. So I did my video. I had a couple of those named. Right now for me, a lot of it is the wrestling. It's kind of the thing. But Bob will pump it up. So I did. So the reason I wanted to make sure I had it as one of my links. So that's the reason I wanted to bring it up. The reason I thought it was interesting was that kind of the Bobby's point. So Hobby with Cage or whatever he calls it now. He was talking about that. But what's funny though is this came in just after he did an episode where he talked about the 84 star and the way that market manipulation could be done and everything, which obviously isn't a new topic, but it was funny that he got good timing because as he was explaining this with the 84, because obviously the 84 star, I showed you guys that discussion with Jimbo and and crew, and they were talking about the 84 star and everything and all that. But that's before this new private sale. And when Cage was doing his podcast episode, he was specifically talking about his concerns that a card like that, there's just so many ways that you can manufacture these new sales. You just make an arrangement with somebody else and just basically trade money back and forth in reality. and you can still make it look like a legitimate sale. But the reason it's important is because even though that's the high end and most people don't play in the high end, if you pull the high end far enough, it starts pulling the lower
The
grades.
lower end. Yeah, I get it.
So then basically those, PSA 3s suddenly get pushed up, and so on and so forth down the line. So you're not worrying about the $1 million one. Doesn't matter what's going on up there. It doesn't make a difference. But if somebody has like 10 copies in the higher grades, this was a PSA 9 because there's no 10s. Okay, so if the 9 is $1 million, okay, so how much is an 8? How much is a 7? How much is a 6? And you start working your way down the chain, and it still pushes up. If you're sitting on 10 6s, they all get bumped.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of interesting how that works.
But it only works through the information that's traded between people and the perception of the value. It's not about the actual value. It's not about the rarity. It's not about any of that. It's actually about manipulation. And manipulation in this industry has gone to this, brought into the core kind of place where, not that we're concerned about, how much people are going to pay these super millionaires. We don't really care, but it's gotten beyond that point of reality. And then you want to bring people in this hobby. And I think that's the worst place you can go to. And I think we're there and beyond.
Mm-hmm.
So
now I think one critical piece, and I will read you a couple. So I'll include this Cllct article in the description for folks if they want to scan through it. But I'll read you a couple of quotes here to kind of play into that manipulation discussion, that manipulation narrative that we're talking about.
mm-hmm.
These quotes are the quotes that bring that into play. Because again, if you've got a lot of money and you just want this 84 star, there are a lot of copies you can get your hands on. Again, it's less common than the 86 Fleer by many magnitudes, no doubt. It is a less common card.
Sure.
But there's still an opportunity there if that's what you want to do. So here it is. So basically it was sold in a private sale. And the seller, so let me read you the quote from the seller and I'll read you a quote from the buyer. And the buyer continues to remain anonymous for the moment. So the seller, my entire childhood is a string of where were you when Jordan did this moments, he wrote. How fortunate to be 9 years old in the summer of 84, waiting for MJ to come home and do his thing right before my very eyes for the next 12 years. Never in my wildest dreams did I think, 40 years later, that I'd be able to collect a mid-copy of a 101. To me, his undisputed rookie card. We're all into the undisputed rookie card now. Undisputed.
Woo!
So anyway. So this is a quote from the buyer.
Mm-hmm.
I was reluctant to even make this public because I prefer a low profile. Oh, I have no doubt you do.
Mm.
But in the end, it doesn't even matter. No.
In the end.
But in the end, he did, in fact, have that here. This card and a record-setting deal like this is too important to the entire community not to share. Says who?
Too important to who?
Says who? So Bobby, that's the reason why. That's the reason why I wanted to read that quote. It says, a record-setting deal like this is too important to the entire community not to share. Why? You're the buyer. You don't have to tell anybody shit.
Nope. No. But he's still anonymous.
Yeah. But the point is that whenever there's a private sale, a private thing about a private sale is that there's no way for us necessarily to know what happens unless the parties decide to disclose it. And if they decide to disclose it, it's a record sale, the next question you should ask is why?
Mm-hmm.
¿Por qué?
There's a lot of whys, but no answer to those whys, really.
Yeah. So that sale could have happened and no one would have known about it, and that was the end of that.
Basically, you could have left it at that, yeah. But no. Something had to be said by the buyer that's anonymous. And we're going to take that at their word. And this is where the manipulation goes way too far into. And if people can't see that, then what kind of hobby are you in? You're just a card investor at this point. You're not even in a hobby. You're well beyond that.
Yep.
My opinion.
I just think it's very interesting. Once I read that quote, I was like,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Anonymous Man.
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
It's nice to know what goes on in the hobby beyond the regular transactions. Let's push some things and let's get them up there a little bit. Let's make a new rookie card for Jordan, even though it wasn't. And like I said, you want to listen to Dr. Beckett there, go have a good listen, because he actually defended quite well and made it very rational, and that I appreciated more than anything else. It's and he wasn't putting it down, but he was just, giving facts, and the facts really made all the difference in the breakdown of what he was saying. And these guys are pushing, well, maybe it doesn't have to be the rookie. Maybe it just needs to be what it is. And it's like, whatever you want to make up about this card, like, honestly, you're just pushing an agenda. My God, if you didn't have any, you wouldn't be doing this. So shut up.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's the truth, right?
Right.
And that's the way we get into these things. And this is where the market manipulation happens. And this is what happened all through the, the 2000s there, 2020s, where everything went skyrocket crazy. Now we have this, star that's, they always have to reinvent something or get something new to come in to make the new exciting feature that the hobby has. And like I said, the hobby's gone. It's the card investor at the ultra modern, or even still going back to the Star Rookie. You want to recreate that. That's fine. Enjoy. Anybody who wants to get into that, have fun.
I just want to say that I think everybody should start investing in 1979 Brad Park Opeachy cards.
I think you're right.
I think this is the next big thing.
It is.
I think everybody should try to get these as much as possible. Search eBay, pay whatever price you can. You gotta have this. Need it. Gotta have it.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
So listen, all I know, so Sadler fan is right. So Eric, how's the card since you bought it? Only one guy I know buys those kind of cards. Exactly. We know what's going on here. The question though that I have is not even the Jordan card. Because we spent this time talking about this manipulation, this blatant, naked, obvious manipulation. And I ask you, the audience, how do we feel about one Bougie Eric? How do we feel about his shameless, disgraceful, unrelenting name is on the same wavelength as me right now? What about Regine Lemon? No person on the face of this planet would spend more than 5 cents on a Reggie Lemon. So Eric, by spending even $1, has inflated the market by 20x by himself.
That's amazing.
At least.
I
you
paid,
should work for market movers.
I paid way too much for this one.
It's not worth that much, but anyways, yes.
And think about that. I want everybody to really think about this. Eric is out there resetting the lemon market every single time he makes a purchase. He is the whaliest whale that has ever whaled inside of this space. Literally, any transaction he makes is the record transaction. All of them are the record transaction. And he's got so many versions and so many copies. Record price. Where's fucking Carlito? Where's the Hoj reporting on highest sale ever for lemon? Fucking Eric spent $5 in this shit? Oh my God.
Eric is setting all the trends for pricing.
Yeah, if you go on eBay and look at all the Reggie Lumlin sales, they're pretty much just me.
Yep. And where do we see the star? Where do we see the star card in the next year or so? Will it ever come back down? Will the Babe Ruth Baltimore News come back down from being a rookie card to not being a rookie card? This is where we've gone to this part of the hobby, and it's a dangerous place because it only hurts the hobby. It doesn't help the hobby going forward. I understand there has to be moves and a lot of movers and shakers out there, but let's progress in a natural sense, not a promoted sense.
I just want to know when a team schedule turned into a rookie card, but okay.
Ask REA, they know.
Yeah.
And they're the professionals.
I mean, you want to have first printed appearance of Babe Ruth. Okay.
Then we're into technicalities at that point.
That sounds cool. This is the first printed, publicized schedule picture, baseball related thing with Babe Ruth on it. Awesome. I'm all in. but calling a schedule a rookie card is just that's stupid.
Yeah, and that's abuse of the powers that be, and we have to quell those and question those people for doing that, because, and if we don't say anything about it, they just keep going. It'll never stop. And now we're at the Star Jordan rookie, 84. Okay, what's next? What's the next thing? What's the next big investment?
What I think is happening is somebody is behind the scenes that wants to sell and pump something up,
Sure.
and they pay off Victor, and then Victor
Wow.
writes books and goes on the YouTubes and says, "This is the rookie card, folks," and then everything goes through the roof. So it's really about if you got the money to pay Victor off, and he'll say anything's a rookie card, and you can make big bucks.
So Victor is the
Interesting.
victor.
Yes,
Got it.
it all.
Well, listen, if you're going to monetize, I think that's the way to do it.
It all starts and ends with him.
Yeah. So it seems.
Interesting.
It could.
Interesting.
It could. But let's hope it just goes forward in a better way. There's always something that has to jack the hobby up to a certain degree, and there has to be some excitement. We had so much excitement in 2021, 22, and Carlos, like the shows, there wasn't enough to talk about. It's like,
oh, that was the 2 live streams per week times.
Oh yeah, it's 7 hours and 6 hours and what have you. And now we lack that, so we're looking at bringing something that's new to the hobby, because fanatics can't do it by themselves, obviously. So we have to have support through other ventures of, new rookie cards and what have you. What's going to reform itself to being the hype in the news. And I look forward to seeing where the Star Jordan goes. It's interesting.
To the moon.
It is.
Hey. Look, I'm looking forward. I know the fix is in, and according to Eric's theory. I'll know the fix is in if all of a sudden the Reggie Lemon is like, guys,
yep,
I'm hearing some serious activity on the Reggie.
40K for the rookie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
In an 8, in a 9, it might just
shoot, 9 or 10.
It might just hit Star Jordan like money.
Mantle money.
That's
mantle money.
Mantle money. Yeah.
That's the next one. Whew. Let me tell you.
Don't you know?
So I wanted to check in. I was trying to figure out what Zach was talking about. I had to back up just to see it. I saw it. It was like, he'll be fine. Or if he's not, it is what it is. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I'm sitting here nodding. I'm only concerned when I find out Jordan loves proclivity. If I find out he's a serial killer, then the Super Bowl is nigh.
Oh.
Listen, I got 30 years of quarterbacks. They got to have something.
There got to be something.
We had the not so fella and we had the darkness. Right now, Jordan Love still seems fairly normal. If I find out he's got bodies buried in the basement, Super Bowl, here we come.
Yep. And big
sitting here nodding, even when Eric's talking. Dang. Sports Card Illuminati has welcomed Victor, rookie card man.
Freaking jerk. Why don't you go make some hot dogs? All right, you got 17 kids. Who's watching them right now? Why don't you go be a parent, make some hot dogs, watch your 17 kids.
Apples.
Leave me alone.
Shame. Project 2025. Keep Carlos out of the Hall of Fame is in full effect. I don't think you have to work that hard. Appears Love is okay. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. I did see the last play there where it looks like people were slipping. Yeah, apparently the field isn't in the greatest condition, but it happens. It is what it is. That's the problem when you play an international game. It's kind of your starting game. You're stuck on this neutral field where it's like you don't really know how the conditions are going to be, and they had concerns going into it. And the sad part is it was a close game, but they definitely made some serious mistakes. So Packers lose the first game 34-29. Eagles get the win, but not exactly a pretty game. I won't call it pretty. It was something. I won't call it pretty. Gamos the QB slipping all over the field. Yep, he got up. His initial reaction maybe were, yeah, we'll have to find out. We'll find out. Let's see. Found out Eric isn't boiling hot dogs with me. He's boiling hot dogs against me.
Every day. And always.
Lots of pepper.
I am so sick of him. Oh my God. Have you seen his Instagram accounts? Oh God. Just I'm so done with him. Look what I'm doing now. Look how famous I am. Look how important I am. Look what charity work I'm doing. Look at, oh my God. Look at, I'm on a TV show. Look, I'm.
So, Bobby, I'm thinking to myself, this whole time Eric's complaining.
Mhm.
Isn't he the same guy who tries to brag whenever he hangs out with any hockey player in creation?
Mhm.
Even though the majority of us are like, number one, I don't care. But number
Or
two, who the fuck's
wrestler.
that guy? Anything. Like, at least Mick Foley is at least somebody we've heard of. All the
Yes.
time he's a Grand Fuhrer. Is that like the Fuhrer? Was he like in Germany at some point? Like, who's this
Yeah.
dude? Yeah. I think I gave up like one less goal in the 80s than he did. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know about this guy.
Different when I do it.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Are you positive?
I am 1,000% positive.
Back to me you go. But anyway, the point is that I don't know who this Mr. Fuhrer is, but I'm not for it.
Mhm.
I'm against it.
And not a $1,000 autograph either.
Who? Absolutely not. No doubt. No. Nine. Hear me? 9. Moving on. 2025, where Carlos gets inducted. YouTube Circle Hall of Fame on the show floor. I won't be there. So it's not going to matter. In the end, it doesn't even matter. See? Bobby disappeared at this discussion of the Fuhrer. Look what you did, Eric. Bobby doesn't want to hear about the Fuhrer.
You know, I have that effect on people.
You do. Collect History says, music rookie cards and go. Yeah, so this is a Paul question because he's into like
Dylan is in this. It's just in this series.
so we'll if Paul's still there, Paul, you're more than welcome to chime in on this because I got to be honest with you, music cards fall into the same problem that wrestling has, and for a different reason, but same concept. Let me pose the question. I'll leave it open ended. This is the problem. Whereas Victor is struggling as it is to the point that he had to write a book. Sports cards at least have governing bodies, players associate. You got something you can play with. When you're talking about musicians and whatever. Okay, so here's a question. And again, I'm not answering this question. I'm just posing the question. What if you've got a solo artist who is also in a band? Do you have 2 separate rookie cards? Is one considered over the other? Is it the order of things? How does that play? If there's different categories in wrestling, your problem is you could have different gimmicks. You could literally be the same person, but you're this gimmick, and this gimmick. Maybe this is the gimmick that takes off, but these other 2, maybe you have a card that actually represents these other 2 portions of your career. It's still part of your career. It's part of your totality. That's a challenge. In music, you could be you could be a solo artist and you could be part of a collective. Phil, I don't know if both cards exist. If you've got a Genesis card and you got a Phil Collins card, is it 2 rookies? Or if I'm saying Phil Collins,
the singular
Genesis
outweighs the group, right?
I would guess so, but I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just posing a question.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's where it
You
gets
have
a
a team card
wonky.
issue with Bobby Orr, and then Bobby Orr's in the regular one. Then obviously the Bobby Orr takes precedence over that team issue. Team card. Sorry.
That's always what I wonder about.
Yeah.
It's just strange. Zach says the famous people Eric brags about meeting are just excited someone recognize them. Facts.
It's not nice. That's not nice.
Paul says music rookie cards are way more open to interpretation. They are. That's for me. First band card, first solo card, first band card with famous lineup. It's jumbled. Yep, that's what I mean. Like it's very murky. You want to talk about the murkiness of rookie cards as it is? Add on another layer of murkiness on top.
And all those Holland cards. Yeah. The Dutch.
It's almost why you want more important bands and important sets. Yeah, using the rookie card for music cards is giving me gas. There you go. I always think it's funny. And again, if BG was still alive, I'm very disappointed.
Right.
That to this point, we have not had the full exploited of some of these opportunities. And by the way, I am giving one last chance to the new president of Leaf. Whoever it is, I don't really care. I assume it's Eric. Whoever's responsible at Leaf. This is our chance, people. In a world we can get Prism Rolling Stones, I want my fucking bowling cards. But also, I now want my Oasis Reunion Tour cards. Because the disaster, the beautiful, chef's kiss disaster It deserves. Eric, as a people, we need this.
Oh God, yes.
We need this. All right. This is my last question of the night. I'm going to quickly grab a refill just so I have it for my purposes after we've done the show. But last one. This is for the chat too. We get on the phone. We call the President Leaf, whoever it is. What is the set or category? I just gave you the Oasis one. I want the Oasis reunion tour set. That's the one I want for them to do. What's the set or little niche pocket genre that you want? Eric is cycling. What else you got? The rest of you got. This is what I want to know. I want to know, what do we get Leaf to create for us? What set, niche, weird niche set are we getting to make? I'll be right back.
That's a good question, isn't it?
He's right. I was going to say cycling. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I want female professional mountain biking set.
Yeah, that's never going to happen. But
That's what I want.
yeah, that's singular, though. We got to be more pluralistic here. I don't really know. It's kind of a tough call. I would have to say that it would have to be a sport that's kind of popular. You know, I think there should be more soccer cards or more female basketball cards. I think that would be kind of neat. I'm not sure if we even really get into music or what have you, but the Oasis reunion tour, I think I'd buy a pack or two, depending on the price, of course.
I think they should make a whole set of cards called movie cars.
Movie cars, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Like Herbie the Love Bug, and then you can include
And Bandit 1.
Bandit, yeah,
and Dukes of Hazzard, A-Team,
Mhm.
Bullet.
Yep, Bullet, yeah, that's old. Surprised you know that.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I am in. I want to die and come back as Steve McQueen.
really.
I just heard you want to die. And Yannick off into this is like,
Yeah.
I love me some Steve McQueen. King of Cool.
Yeah, he was.
I've seen everything he's been in. I even have the entire DVD set of Wanted Dead or Alive.
Wow.
I have cards from that. I think I have Steve McQueen's rookie card.
Cool Hand Luke, man, that was one of my favorites. Eating all them eggs.
Steve McQueen wasn't in Cool Hand Luke.
Who was that? Oh, Paul Newman. Yeah. Sorry. They look similar.
Yeah. They didn't get along because they took each other's roles. And
Probably.
The only movie they did together was the one that the skyscraper was on fire, whatever the hell that was called.
Earthquake and Sensoron?
No, this was another one. It was and Paul Newman played a guy that was up in the part. No, that was Steve McQueen played the fire chief.
Okay. Yeah, it was called
That was the only movie they did together.
Tremors or
They did not like each other.
Okay. Good enough.
I've got Cincinnati Kid for one of the things you guys said.
There you go. That's a good one. Yeah.
So I'll read a couple of these here. Paul says, weird part of Oasis rookie cards like $1 and they're hard to find. I understand, but I'm not talking about Oasis cards. I'm talking about Oasis reunion tour cards. I want cards representing this moment before horror is about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the card version of Seconds from Disaster. I've talked to you guys about that show, Seconds from Disaster. I want the card version of that. This is the Gallagher brothers going to the stage. This is the Gallagher brothers grabbing their instruments. This is the Gallagher brothers 5 minutes later as they swing guitars at each other. It's like a chronicle. The whole set is like, oh my God.
The drum kit is on fire.
The building is on fire. Here's a man running outside the building on fire.
Yeah.
Gold.
Oasis.
Gold. Oasis. Gold.
Mm-hmm.
What would be worth more, Earl Anthony or Mark Roth? Asking the valid questions. So here, Card Cutter Garrett says, hello, fellas. Hope all's well. Eric, I hope Carlos hasn't been too rough on you tonight.
He has.
Carlos is a man of peace.
No, he's from the opening tip-off.
In the first hour.
Big jerk, making fun of me, giving me a hard time. And I heard
all I'm hearing is Carlos' stamina is commendable.
He
That's what I
hurt
hear.
my feeling, and now I'm sad.
Robert says snooker cards. Barbosa
Mm.
says movie athletes is fun. There you go. Name says the Eric Wade series.
God.
Eric eating a chocolate stick donut. Eric on a mountain bike. Eric Mayo. Eric with each of his famous friends. Eric holding a Reggie Lemon card. Eric holding a Reggie Lemon card would be like 500 cards.
That would be it. Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, since you're Mr. Upper Deck and does all these secret Upper Deck cards and stuff with them, why don't you get busy on that? All right, you can be in charge of that. Go ahead, Mr. Man.
It would literally have a card with a mayonnaise packet attached to it.
Oh, that'd be good. Autographed
That'd be
on the back. Yeah.
Amazing. Sensational. Cricket cards. Listen, Don Bradman collection would love you.
Ooh, watch out.
Oh, Don Bradman.
Cap and all.
Is the slap your face sport getting a set? Power slap? Power slap?
Yeah, that'd be something.
Legends of Breakdance.
Ah,
Who
electric
should be
boogaloo.
number one?
Electric boogaloo on top of that.
Super
Part
short
two.
print. But any weird people sitting courtside? Bubbles has got ideas, man. Bubbles has got some ideas. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
He's good.
Yeah, that's why that Mark Jackson card is so expensive.
Yeah. Well, that'd be a whole set just doing that. Just having some fun with it. I think there's a missed opportunity. So I think one of the ones that was mentioned, movie athletes, is fun. It's too late now. I was surprised they never did a Running Man set.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
A movie like Running Man would have been pretty, because look, in addition to the movie
Any of
being fun-
Arnold's movies, you could do.
Yeah, but I think the reason Running Man works in particular for me though is because in addition to being a
It's
classic
extra
80s
stars.
action movie with the cheese, you've got Jesse the Body Ventura in it. You've got Jim Brown in it.
Mhm.
And right there's two guys that outside of this movie obviously have followings, but then you tack on the fact they're in this movie. That'd be fun.
Richard Dawson was the best in the whole movie. Richard Dawson,
Which
Yes,
character did he
Family
play?
Feud, Hogan's
he
Heroes.
was the host.
Oh, he's the
Richard
host.
Dawson. He was the best in the entire movie.
Yeah, he was pretty good for sure.
I don't know. I kind of like the opera guy.
Yeah, he was good. What was his name?
He was fun.
Ophelio or something. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I forget. It was I
Yeah.
want to say Dynamo, but I don't think it's right.
Dynamo was the other guy.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I don't think that's right.
No.
Eric and May would be the chaser in that set. Facts.
Oh, good Lord.
Running Man needs a cinematic universe. Listen, at this point, we'll take it.
We need a part 2 of that to come back to research, and then we can get the cards going. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would work.
Mhm.
I wonder, the problem is, I think the fact it was the 80s, the best part about the Running Man is the 80s felt like the right era for that movie.
It did.
It has the
was-
right,
it
it's
had
the
to
right
be.
sheen of cheese, the pseudo futuristic, but not really
Yeah.
futuristic. Like today it would like, it wouldn't work. They
It-
try to polish it, they make it too clean.
It
Then
would
they
be
do
too
CGI stuff on it and be like, it would lose some of
It's-
its joy.
super futuristic. It would be good. Yeah.
Still think organized crime figures would be a big seller. I think Leaf did one for the mob recently. Pretty sure they did one for the mob. I could be wrong, but I think that's right.
Yeah, you pull the Whitey Bulger 1-of-1 auto
Yeah.
patch.
Yeah, the name escapes me, but I want to say it was like the mob or the mafia or something like that. It was there was like a set that came out that had stuff like that. Hamburgers of the world. I think we need an extended set with the sandwiches of the world. A little peanut butter jelly time for Eric,
Yeah, maybe.
If I don't win this week, I'm gonna be pissed.
Gotta be honest. So 2 things, by the way. There's enough of you in this chat that we should be getting a little more love for the like button. I want to
You would
remind
think.
you that Eric pays for the like button.
There's
I
nothing.
literally send him a bill. Everybody who hits the like
Utter
button,
nonsense.
Eric pays. Eric pays, and frankly, Eric deserves to pay because he's a bad person.
This is
Yes,
garbage.
He's a very bad person.
Watch this. Please shut your computers and phones off and don't come back.
Yes.
Okay.
So like I said, hit the like button so that Eric pays because he's a bad person. And secondly, in addition to that, I want to thank everybody who has been voting. We're now at a record number of votes, and Peanut Butter Jelly Time continues to lead.
Damn it!
The people's choice.
stupid.
The people's choice.
One of my favorites.
42% of the popular vote. 42%
I
of
would
the
do it.
popular vote. Peanut Butter Jelly Time.
And some corn chips. Perfect.
Hunger Games is kind of like it. Just make room for the men. Hunger Games. Fair Bob Boozle. Bob Boozle's got. I think Bob Boozle's ready, man. Listen, I know. Upper Deck hired Tomcat Sports Cars. He's one of the guys who's gone into hockey and stuff. He's very enthusiastic about it, so I get that. You know, good for him. But obviously, they brought him in to help out and do some stuff with it. It's like we need some of these. Now, in fairness, it is Upper Deck, so whatever ideas he has, we may not see them for years.
Yeah.
Look, Upper Deck, you want to redeem yourselves in my good graces. The only thing you need to do, give me my Hangman Adam Page burning card. I want the damn card. Give it to me. And also, Billy, push the damn cart. Get me my goddamn flagship. It's September.
Yeah. Yes.
Look, the last release for AEW was in December of 2023. Eric, it is September 2024 in the year of our Lord.
Mm-hmm.
They have to release 3 products before the end of this year.
I don't think they're gonna.
Times are wasted, man. Look, we got a flagship product that is now mid-September at best. At best. Then we got Black Diamond, which is $400 a box, so only Eric can afford it. That's rough times, bros. Rough times. And then, theoretically, I might get my Allure.
We got nothing but trouble in the comments now. Let's just end the show.
We'll get the Wade said before Carlos gets more AW. At the rate we're going. But the problem is that Leaf is going to have to get the rights to Wade because that's the only way we're going to get a set released.
Leaf doesn't care about rights.
Obviously not.
So you're saying maybe they will be giving you the bicycle.
Yeah, all of a sudden, I'll get all these cards made of me. I'll be like, well, I didn't authorize this. No, we're Leaf. We don't care about that.
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone else.
I want women's mountain bike cards. That's what I want.
Yeah. All right. So Amanda, first, good evening. But good timing as we're just about heading out the door. But before we go, if you want, you get a last chance. We were talking about sets we want made. We want niche. Niche. Think super niche. We came up with a bunch of good ones. You can see in the chat from before. We want niche set. We got the Eric Wade set, so we've got that covered. But what else? We got a niche? Any ideas?
Influencers
leader in
who
the
are
clubhouse.
no longer around.
Best of Emmanuel in space.
Influencers who are no longer around since 2020.
There you go. Eric, think about this. Leaf Emmanuel in space. You could be sitting there breaking a box with your best pal, Dude Love.
Oh, Dude Love, yeah.
You and the dude opening the
I
box?
was not with the dude. I was with Cactus Jack.
You with the dude?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, sure.
Thou doth protest too much, sir.
Does.
Mm-hmm. All right. Last chance, Amanda, before we take off. Also, if you want to promote something, we want to upcoming live stream. Now's your chance also if you want to. And then we'll wind her down. So I think it's been good. Good episode, everybody. Thank you. Next episode, we'll talk a little bit more about final preparations before the card show that I'll be there with the Burrell.
Yes.
I will make some videos about it. That will be an upcoming thing. So we'll make sure we get that done as well. If there's any questions or comments or thoughts that you want related to that, we can do that. And cross your fingers. Hopefully we'll get into. Packers, unfortunately, are 0-1. But at the same time, football season just started, and now we're underway. So hopefully you enjoy the games on Sunday. If you're watching, there's going to be some good ones, I think. We're going to have some fun with it.
Yeah, like the Patriots.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, you should be watching all the Patriots games. Watch all the time.
Oh,
to see
yeah.
influencers. Eric high-fiving other men at the shop when they get loads of these Emmanuel cards. Yes. Be part of the Wade set. Yeah. All right. Have a good night, Zach. Have a good night, Name. Folks, have yourselves a good evening. West Coast, Name, and everybody else. It's still Friday for you, as you were. Folks on the East Coast, it is now Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. It is now the weekend of the AEW pay-per-views, so I'll be watching that. And then Sunday, we got the footballs. And then Monday, we got the footballs. So, exciting times in these lands. We're underway. Let's do it. All right. Have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you in the next one.